Hello, aspirants. I guess you're all doing well. A very good afternoon to all of you. See, we are here to discuss the General Studies Paper 2. Now, this paper is again a very important paper. You would have already seen that uh, this paper, unlike the GS paper 1, you saw a little bit tricky questions were also there. But again, it was manageable if you had done your content really very well. Along with it, a holistic understanding of the topics becomes very important over here. So now see, we are going to analyze this question. First part would be the social justice part, which I'm going to deal with. Then followed by Nikhil sir, where you will be seeing that you'll be having the polity sections, international relations sections, and followed by the governance section, right? So let's begin with the session. See, if you see the GS paper 2, the trend that has been, right? The trend that has been, you will see here in the Indian polity section, you see in 2019, there were 9 questions, 2020, again 9 questions, 2021, 9, 10, 9, 10, 10 questions have been there. Now, on an average, you realize that out of the polity questions, 9 or 10 questions generally come, right? 9 or 10 questions on an average come. So that means out of these 20 questions, the major chunk is your polity section. Nikhil sir is going to discuss after this, right? Then comes the social justice part. Now see, I have told you earlier also, when I was discussing the GS paper 1, over there we had dealt with the society section. Over there, a lot of questions come from society, right? And similarly, when we talk about social justice, you realize that, again, they obviously connect with the topic of what is mentioned in GS1 also and GS2. Again, that has a little bit in paper 2, constitutional dimension, policy making, all those things. So they pick up chunks from the Administrative Reform Commission also. So these things become very important over here. So generally 5, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3. This is an average. 3 to 5 questions come from the social justice section. Now, if I see the governance part, you realize 2, 4, 3, 1, 2, 4, 3. So that means 2 to 4 questions on an average come when we deal with the topic of the governance part. Now, the international relations, if you realize, on an average, 4 questions have come every year. 4 questions have come every year when we deal with the topic of international relations. Now, this is a breakdown which we can see over here. Now, based on this breakdown, we are going to analyze. I'll be analyzing the social justice part. Nikhil sir and followed by the other teachers are going to analyze the other parts. Let's begin. Now, over here, this is something very important. A very good initiative has been taken by PW OnlyIAS, where you can submit. This is a stimulator test. But what does it happen is, you download the mains paper, write down on the paper and submit it. The expert team is there which is going to evaluate your paper free of cost. They will evaluate your paper free of cost and you will get the result, how many marks you are basically getting in that particular paper. Now, this is a very big opportunity for you people, where you can basically get to know your preparation level, along with it, what marks to expect, what is a systematic manner in which the checking is done, and let us say how to approach the paper. So this is basically a very helpful mechanism for you. It is completely free of cost, so you can basically use this simulator test. Next, the topic which I am dealing with is GS paper 2, social justice. Now let's begin with this. First, the question. The first question that basically deals with this is, women's social capital complements in advancing empowerment and gender equity. Now, please remember, whenever you are studying any question before attempting, please understand, analyze and understand what it is trying to tell you. In the answer writing section, there are 3 things that are very important. First, the context. Second, the content. And third, the presentation. Context means you should understand what the question is asking. If supposing we are asking about something and you're writing about something, you will get 0 marks. So the most important thing is understanding the demand of the question. In the process of understanding the demand of the question, it also becomes important to analyze what are the parts of the question. Now, if you see this question, there are various parts. That is a part of the context. Then comes your content. What you are writing, what points you are writing, what statistics you are giving, what case studies you are mentioning. All these things basically come under the content. Third part is the presentation. In the presentation, let us say, are you drawing some diagram or using some map or using some flow chart, way you are writing, it is properly structured or not. These things come under the presentation. You're awarded marks based on all these three parameters. But the most important being the context, whether you're writing what is asked. I always tell you, if you really want to get good marks, the basic thing is write what is being asked, not what you know. Very often what the people or the students do is, they tend to write answers which they feel is good. But the problem is that that is not being asked. Just for the mere reason that they have read some stats or read some fact or case study, they intentionally try to insert it into every answer, which might not be relevant during that time. So please remember this very well, that whenever you are writing an answer, it should be relevant to that particular question, right? So see here, there are three parts. First is the social capital. Now they are talking with reference to the women's social capital. First thing you should understand. Second is women's social capital. Third is in advancing empowerment. This is the third part. And next part is the gender equity. Now these are the parts that you need to understand and analyze if you want to write this answer. Now, what do you mean by social capital, right? Now, this very clearly, please remember, whenever this is directly mentioned in your syllabus also, and it is mentioned in the Administrative Reform Commission also. So this part not only forms a part of your social justice, but also the governance part also. So what is social capital? Social capital refers to the network, trust and support within the communities as a catalyst for women empowerment and gender equity. So please understand, when we study about social capital, it is basically talking about the fact that you are using your networking, you're using the linkages or connects to the people for mutual benefit. For mutual benefit. This is social capital. When I talk about women's social capital, that how women networking, trust among the women, and that is basically helping you to nurture, basically benefit. That means all the people over there, all the women are benefiting out of it. This is women's social capital. Now, how it is helping, please understand this. When I talk about harnessing women's social capital for empowerment, now you will realize this if, let us say there is a group of women. This is a model in Kudumshri also, which we'll see. If they want to, let us say, if they're coming together, how can they basically empower themselves? Let us take an example. In Kerala, you have the concept of Kudumshri, where it is like a self-help group where the women get together. They basically save some money. They take that money to the bank and let us say they deposit also. And they say, in turn, give us the loan. That loan is basically used for the development or whatever initiative or entrepreneurial initiative that the women want to take. Now, this is basically because of the collectiveness of the women that they are able to do networking. That is why, please remember, when we are talking about empowerment, various points can be here. Let us say first, peer network. Women self-help group like Kudumshri in Kerala boost skill, financial literacy and entrepreneurship. So you have to mention those points which are basically dealing with the empowerment of women. First, second, collective bargaining. Seva, again an self-help group and NGO is there, secures better wages, safer work conditions and social security. Under Seva, a lot of women, not only women, other people also collectively working so that women's condition to working are basically get improved. Next, support system. Community groups like aid survivors of violence with confidence and resilience overcome patriarchal constraint. So there are a lot of NGOs that have been working collectively so that you resolve the problems. I'll give you one more example. Let us say in the political leadership also, there's a concept of Delhi Panchayat, Delhi Women Panchayat. Under the Delhi Women Panchayat, there is a very beautiful concept that exists. Now, the Delhi Women Panchayat is not some constitutional or an executive body, no. Delhi Women Panchayat is basically a collection of lot of people with respect to, let us say, the volunteers that are there who work for the welfare of the women and in particular resolving their marital issues. So what does the Delhi Women Panchayat means? Over there, a lot of lawyers voluntarily serve there, where when the women come there with a lot of problems with respect to, let us say, domestic violence, let us say related to other problems, they will come to those this group, Delhi Women Panchayat. They are basically told what are their rights, what they can do, and how this Delhi Women Panchayat group can basically help them. So now that is what a collective leadership. Over this initiative was basically led by the women. And now many other people have also joined them. So political leadership, Mahila Sabhas empower women through awareness of rights and political participation. This can also be that is again empowering them. So when I talk about empowerment, please understand, it is with respect to economic, it is with respect to political, it is with respect to social, it is with respect to their other rights, it is with respect to their existence itself. So next, digital. Now social media platforms basically amplify the women. Now there are a lot of women centric channels that are working, which basically employ women. Those channels basically help in the women empowerment also. So these have been very helpful in empowering the women, particularly with respect to menstrual cycle, menstrual awareness. They have been very useful in understanding, particularly for men also. How? When the men get to know about the problems of the women, that it becomes easier for them to deal with the domestic issues also. So digital empowerment also helps. Now, third part is harnessing women capital for gender equity. Gender equity, that means with respect to male and females, they should get equal treatment or equitable treatment. Over here, first is breaking stereotypes through collective visibility. Like network showcases women excellence in diverse field. Like you saw women pilot in the Air Force. You saw Operation Sindoor. There were 3 women who were sitting there and giving the conference. So what did you realize? It basically depicted a system of empowerment of the women and in let us say equity with respect to the or equitable nature with respect to the men. So that means men and women are not, let us say, women are not something a backward entity. So men and women should be given equal status. That is why this women pilots in Air Force or during the Operation Sindoor, the 3 ladies from the defense forces were representing the operation. That is something very important here. Next is inclusive policy advocacy. Let us say NGO advocating Maternity Benefit Act amendment. Now, amendments or let us say provision with respect to maternity leaves also was one of the initiatives that was taken by various NGOs which were especially women centric. Next, bridging economic gaps. Now see, women cooperatives in the Amul model are empowering the dairy farmers. Now over there, men are also participating, women are also participating. So it is basically helping both the genders. Next, mentoring and intergenerational learning. Now corporate mentorship breaks the glass ceiling. Senior women mentors mentor the younger ones. Now see, when we talk about the point mentorship and intergenerational learning, when you join a corporate, you will realize that there are many senior women that are present there. They might be basically helping the ones who are junior. Now, many times what happens when the women join the corporate culture, they are very young to that, they might not understand the intricacies. At that time, please remember, these mentorship cells that are present, they are very useful for them, right? Now, next, strengthening community decision making. Over here, let us say, women collective voices ensure gendered perspective in planning and development. Example, village water communities in Rajasthan. So, village water communities basically help them in collectively getting access to the women, access to the water, along with it, basically development of the region. Now, when we talk about these points, these are certain points which you can mention, even other points, there is no problem. Major thing is what extra you can do in this. First was understanding that women social capital is there, relating social capital with advancing empowerment and gender equity. That is fine. Now, most of the candidates who have studied well can write this answer. That is social capital, women social capital, then writing about empowerment and writing about gender equity. That is something very common. Any candidate who is a serious candidate, because this is mentioned in a syllabus also. So this was not something a weird question. Question on social capital has been asked twice and thrice in the civil services. So by default, this is something not out of the context also. Questions are asked from the syllabus. It was just they linked it with the concept of advancing empowerment and equity. Now please understand this. What other thing you can do is, there's something that I've mentioned. Please understand. If you want to add certain things, please understand. You can add certain things to get more marks. Now, where is the social capital? When I was preparing and writing the notes also, I had very well written the Administrative Reform Commission reports and what had been mentioned there. Whenever the topic of social capital might come, I can use it even as a recommendation also. So this is something, that is why I say whatever topic is mentioned in your syllabus, you should have at least 1.5 page note on that. Because what UPSC does is, it picks up 1 or 2 topics, relates 1 or 2 topics and creates a question, or might pick up a topic from the syllabus and relate it with a current affair. That is why if you have the basic knowledge of the topic, you can put a lot of effort, you can put a lot of, let us say, value addition to your answer. Now over here, understand this. Administrative Reform Commission, the 10th report, that is refurbishing of personal administration, and 12th report, citizen-centric administration, both mention about social capital in detail. Both mention social capital in detail. Now, when I talk about social capital, it even mentions a diagram in that. It talks about social capital deals with networking. It deals with belongingness within the community of the women. It talks about safety net, because you are not only protecting from the financial problems that might arise, but also you're together to deal with the issues. It talks about reciprocity. Reciprocity means that give and take. That means reciprocal nature of relationship is there. Participation, citizen power, value-led living, and diversity. Now, this is again something that you could have done value addition if you had made notes, or you could use it. Another thing is, this is also mentioned in the Administrative Reform Commission, which talks about World Bank highlighted women's collective action as a strongest grassroots institution in India. It was talking about Kudumshri, which I had mentioned. You could, after you had written the points and the answers which was required, you could have mentioned these reports or recommendation in order to get 1.5 marks or 2 marks extra. Niti Aayog, self-help groups are critical for the rural livelihood missions. Economic Survey 2017-18, Kudumshri cited as a best practice in the women and social capital building. Now remember, these are the value addition things which increases your marks. Plus 1 to 1.5 marks can be increased by doing certain things of this sort. Remember that very well. If you assume that by simply writing an answer, okay, that is perfect, I'll get rank 1. It doesn't mean that. You have to put an effort. Please remember, I have told in my previous discussion also with respect to GS1 when I was discussing geography, the people who are topping are not doing different things. They are doing things differently. Please get that. This is what doing differently. Over here, when you have written these points, everybody who has a basic knowledge of the context can decipher this question. First step is, that is why we say read the newspapers, analyze. Comprehensive ability is very, very important for this examination. If you can comprehend the question, good. If you cannot comprehend, you will write the wrong answer. So understanding what is women's social capital, understanding the relationship with women, with the empowerment, then with gender equity. When you have done this, this is something a large number of candidates will do. But the next part is how you can get extra marks are through certain things of this sort. But you realize while sitting or writing the examination, how will you remember these things? It is only because you have made notes of every single topic that is present in the syllabus. The teachers are also going to teach you, there is no doubt about it, but you should create it so that you are able to write better answers and do value addition. Clear? Right? Let's move ahead. Next is inequality in the ownership pattern of the resources is one of the major cause of poverty. Now, please understand this very well. This is statement, inequality in the ownership pattern of the resources. First thing is, inequality in the pattern of ownership means there are certain people who are having more resources, let us say land, let us say money, let us say assets, and there are others who are not having. So this is a cause for poverty. This is a statement. But there is another word that is a core, which is saying that discuss this in context of the paradox of poverty. Now, please remember this very well. The concept of paradox of poverty was in the newspapers, the Indian Express and the Hindu, multiple times in the past 3 to 4 months. It was in your editorials also. It was on the front page also. Now, if you do not read newspapers, that is why I tell you these small things that come which you neglect, because you want to do shortcuts, and that is why you suffer, right? So, please remember this concept, paradox of poverty, had been repeatedly mentioned. When we study this, please understand, you need to first explain what is paradox of poverty and then go on to this question, because it says discuss in the context of paradox of poverty. So, first thing is, what is paradox of poverty? Once you have explained little bit definition and proved what is paradox of poverty, then you go on to explain that yes, inequality in the ownership is one of the major causes for the poverty that takes place. Let us say, when I say someone is rich or poor, you will say that the rich one has a lot of land, the other does not have. These are the things that you need to prove. Why do we say that 1% Indians own 42% of the wealth of India? That is what inequality in the assets or the money that you have that is leading to the other sections being poor. More than, if you realize, more than 97 to 98% people in India do not have the ability to spend more than 500 rupees per day. That means they do not have an ability to spend more than 15,000 per month. That means they are lacking wealth. Right now, that is the second part which you have to show. But if you do not know the paradox of poverty, your marks will be cut, because that is a core pillar. Now, what do you mean by the concept of paradox of poverty? Now, the question will come, sir, how has this question come? Please remember, similar questions have been asked in the past also. When they were discussing about the concept of jobless growth, you remember a few years back, the concept of jobless growth came. Jobless growth basically meant there are certain sectors like the service sector where the people are paid very good salaries and their income is very huge, but they're very minuscule minority. Majority of the people get very less income, poor also. So do you realize, that is why we realize that there are overall growth in the country is more. Please understand, overall growth in the country, let us say GDP growth rate is 6%, 7%, let us say, but you realize there are a lot of people who are jobless. But the growth is there. The contribution of the growth is because of the certain sectors. That is why we studied that concept of jobless growth being there in the newspapers also. That is why it was asked. Over here, the paradox of poverty was in the news. Now, please understand the concept of paradox of poverty before we do this. See here. When I talk about paradox of poverty, it means paradox of poverty refers to the contradictions and ironies in the poverty situation. It means there are paradoxical situations that are existing. That is very opposite. That means you realize there is abundance existing with deprivation. That means there are a lot of abundance of resources, but still there are people who are poor and suffering. Tell me one thing. I'll give you an example. If I wanted to give an example over here, can I give the situation of the red corridor? What do you mean by red corridor? It means the regions which are Naxalite affected right now. That is why red corridor is said, but it is also labeled as red corridor because, see here, if you see the map of India, see over here, I'll give you an example. You realize that this region, what do you realize in this red corridor? Red corridor is a region which is Naxalite affected, we know that. But it's also a region where a lot of minerals are there, but still the poor are, the maximum poverty also lies in regions around these. So there is abundance of resources, still there is deprivation. You realize that India is a food surplus. That means we are self-sufficient with respect to food resources. Still, do you realize that 52% of the children are malnourished in India? 52% women are anemic in nature. Why? In spite of everything being there. National Food Security Act provides ration to 80 crore people. In spite of that, such large quantities and numbers of malnourishment being there. So what is this? This is paradox of poverty. In spite of having things, people are poor. So this is why you say abundance existing with the deprivation. There is a lot of abundance. So what you could have done is, see here, you could have even mentioned or made this diagrams in a small nature and mentioned it. That means, example, the red corridor case. Now, the red corridor over here, you realize there is abundance of minerals. Over here, if you go, coal, bauxite, iron, everything is mentioned, present. But the most poor people, the tribal people, the rural people, the per capita income being the lowest are also present here. Yes? So, you could have mentioned this. Now comes growth alongside poverty, right? Now, you realize that India has seen that there is a growth in the GDP in better than the world level, right? But in spite of that, you realize there is so much poverty that is existing in India. Now, let me give you an example. Let's see. Let's see here. If you see the tribals, See, more than 40% of them are below poverty line. More than 40% of them are below poverty line. Now we have schemes for them also, but over here what is there? Growth is there. India might be growing at a good rate. Let us say it varies. Let us say 5 to 6% growth is there. Let us assume. The poverty is also there. Now along with it, do you realize 97% of the Indians, 97% Indians cannot spend more than 500 rupees per day. That is more than 15,000 per day. Do you realize this irony? On one hand, we realize there is growth. On the other hand, we see poverty in the tribals. We see the condition of India overall. So you realize there is so much irony that is there. This is a paradox. That means poverty is there in spite of certain good things, growth and good things which are visible in nature, but still poverty is there. This is known as paradox of poverty. Now, if I say poverty despite welfare schemes, now tell me something. We have, let us say, National Food Security Act, right? Under this, 80 crore people are given ration, right? It basically involves expenditure of more than 1.1 lakh crore every year. Please understand. Please understand. Clear? Okay, someone is saying, sir, please talk in Hindi or Bengali. Bache, then that means you haven't seen the name of the channel. It is PW OnlyIAS English. And this channel is exclusively for English. In case you want to talk, if you want some other language, there are other channels also in which Hindi can be discussed. So, bache, there are a lot of channels in PW. With respect to Hindi, you can go to the Hindi channel. You can basically see the lecture. Many good teachers are there also. They're teaching. So, you can refer to that. Okay. Let's see. Poverty despite welfare schemes, National Food Security Act, 80 crore people have what? Access to the ration. Now, just tell me one thing. 80 crore people having the ration, but in spite of that, what do I see? See this? In spite of that, 52% children are malnourished. Major cause being the poverty. How is it then? This is a paradox. This is a paradoxical situation that is existing. That there is welfare, there are welfare schemes, but there is poverty. So this is in front of you. But this is the things which I am telling you. These are not stats which you need to rote learn. When you read your current affair magazines, revise them, read the newspapers, or even when you see wonderful lectures by Nikhil sir. See, his current affair series is very exhaustive, which you give every week. If you watch them carefully also, you will be very well aware of these statistics. He does them in detail. So that is again very helpful for you. Right? So next comes poor people resilience in spite of marginalization. What do you resilience? That they have that guts in them. They're still able to tolerate all the problems and still ready to move ahead. Please understand. Let's take an example. If I talk about the vulnerable sections like the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribe, the women, you realize them, they are the ones who are suffering the most. In spite of them, in spite of the marginalization and problem they face, they are the people who are maximum under that umbrella of poverty. They're still ready. Doesn't matter. We will work. Still, we are able to tolerate the situation and move ahead. So these are the things. Poor people showing resilience in spite of the problems and the marginalization they're having. This is again a paradoxical situation. So this is what is the paradox of poverty. This was mentioned repeatedly in the newspapers and in the current affair magazines. If you would have read, you would have easily been answered. So this is the first part. That is why when I talk about paradox of poverty, it refers to the persistent deprivation among the overall growth, abundance of resources that are present. Still we have problems. Yes, still we have problems. That is a major thing. Now see here. When I have written paradox of poverty, again, I had shown certain parameters. You could write many other as it is mentioned here. Growth without inclusion. Let us say India's GDP growth is 7%, but 20% of the rural population below poverty line. Persistent inequalities. Even when the national income rises, unequal distribution, right? Unequal distribution is there, right? right? Now when I see policy gaps, welfare measures often fail to target the marginalized resources. I'll give you something very, very carefully. Please understand this. Example is PDS leakages. Please remember, this is a case of Chhattisgarh and even in Jharkhand that happened. This was reported in the Down to Earth magazine. I had mentioned in the GS1 discussion also in my geography session, where it was mentioned that the laborers, when they had to be given, let us say, benefit of the schemes, over there, they basically take the biometrics. In order to get the money in your accounts, you have to basically use your biometrics. Now, when the laborers basically realize that they are subject to these technologies, they had to put a biometric, let us say, fingerprint, and they used to get the money in their account. Over there, do you realize that these technologies and all show the growth of the country? Let's see, even the technology is present in the rural region also. Internet penetration is going in the rural region also. Good. But do you realize when the laborers basically put their fingerprint on the machine, because of the labor activity, their fingerprints are almost distorted. And it was not being able, the machine was not able to detect the fingerprint. That is why they were not able to get the money in their account. And what happened is later on, few members of the family died because of lack of money and even the ration. This came in a Down to Earth magazine few years back. I would say rather before COVID time. Similar case happened in Chhattisgarh post-COVID also. Now you realize on one hand, we are talking about technological development, on the other hand, people are dying because of the alternatives being present. So policy gaps also come here. Leakages can also come here. Next, vicious cycle. Resources inequality limit education, skill development and income. Please understand. What is this vicious cycle? On one hand, when you are basically having problems of poverty, by default, you will not be able to give education to your children. By default, there will be problem of skill development, and by default, you will lead to again that same issue of poverty and even bonded labor. So this cycle keeps on continuing, right? Next, urban-rural disparities. Now let me give you an example of this. See this very well, right? See this very well. When I talk about urban-rural disparity, see here. Whichever point you write, now you can give certain examples of things. When I have written urban-rural disparity, see here. Let's see, if I talk about rural people and urban. In rural India, according to the census 2011, there are, in the rural, there are 68% people. And over here, there are 32% people, right? 32% people. Now, understand this thing very, very well. If I take an example, if let us say hospital beds, simple, let us relate it to health, hospital beds, 80%. Now, what do you mean by hospital beds? Beta, whenever there are hospitals, you will see that you have to report to the government the number of beds you have. So basically, the government keeps a count of that, whether it is public, whether it is private. In this particular case, when you see urban, 80% of the beds are there in the urban region and only 20% beds are in the rural region. Now just tell me something. 68% population is getting basically 20% beds in the hospital and 32%, 80% beds. Do you realize this? What is this? This is a disparity that you are seeing. And this is a stat which I keep on mentioning in my classrooms n number of times. See, that is why we tell you that when the questions come, whatever stats, figures, concepts, topics we have been taught, in the examination, the language might change. In the examination, the way the question is being changed might change. It is you who has to use that knowledge and apply. Please remember, this is what civil services is. This is what critical reasoning and understanding is, right? So you could have mentioned this over here also. Unequal access to infrastructure and services is mentioned. What I have done, I have mentioned a statistics also. The moment I write it, examiner will be impressed. See, let me make it very clear. At the last, how many books you have read, how many places you have studied, doesn't make any difference. If your answer is good, you will get the marks, because over there, neither your name is written, nor your roll number is written, right? Neither your name nor your roll number is written. So over there, what you have written is what you're going to get in the marks. It is not a college examination where you have given a lollipop and ice cream to the teacher and possibly you are a good friend of the teacher and you are going to get extra 5 marks. This does not work here. right? This is not your college or school examination, right? So that means you're a teacher's pet and you will get good marks. These things are kiddish things that do not work in UPSC. Please understand. You have to come out of that mentality if you want to write this examination. Please remember this very well. This is not your college or school examination. Now, what we have done by this is we have done the first part, paradox of poverty. Now comes inequality in the ownership pattern is a major cause for poverty. Now, when we talk about inequality in the ownership, you realize that what is the aspect? Let us see. When I talk about assets, or let us say ownership, it can be related to land, it can be related to access to credit facilities, or so many other things that are there, right? So it can be with respect to a lot of points. We can mention them. Let us see. First, land inequality. In India, top 10% of the landowners control nearly 50% of the agricultural land. So what now you can see for yourself that this is basically showing that 10% are holding 50% of the land. There are majority of the people who are landless. Now they are working as agricultural laborers in the lands of these people, right? Next, access to capital and credit. Now, wealthy household can invest, poor households rely on informal high interest rate. Now, let me give you an example. If I wanted to prove here, when you study GS, you basically study a lot of communities, their conditions also. When I'm taking my general studies lecture, I teach about minorities, I teach about the scheduled tribe, the vulnerable sections. So, the important thing was when I was reading about, let us say, backwardness or let us say poverty, I basically tell about particularly various communities. Over there, there's a Sachar committee report which basically talks about the Muslim community, why it being backward. So there are a lot of issues that they have been facing issues with respect to access to credit. Similarly, Kaka committee report, understand this. Similarly, Kaka committee report talks about the tribal people. Over here, you can give it this as an example. Tribal people do not get the loans easily. Though there are a lot of schemes there, they do not get the interest, they did not get the credit very easily because there is nothing to show as guarantee. The government has launched schemes where they will say there is interest subsidy scheme. That means you get loan at the lower interest rate. But the banks at the time of giving the loan, they will show give us some security or as a guarantee through which we can give you the loan. But the tribals do not have that. So what happens is most of the tribals are not able to get the loan. That is mentioned in the Kaka committee report. Now, you could have mentioned that. Now, what they do, then they take money from the money lenders who offer them at a very high interest rate. That could have been simply mentioned over here. Or any other example which you think, which you remember, you can mention because you have to prove your point. Similarly, educational and skill disparities. Now, the poor families cannot afford quality education or vocational training. Now, tell me one thing. Something that you need to understand. I'll give you a very simple example. Understand this. The interest rate on car is less than the interest rate on education abroad. Please understand. If I want to buy a car, I can buy a car at a lesser interest rate. But if someone wants to send his or her son or daughter abroad, the interest rate on the loan is more. Do you know that? Now what happens is a person who is already rich can only send his or her child abroad because they will be capable of giving or paying that amount or a higher interest rate. While on the car, it is less. So in both the cases, who is suffering? The people who have the money, because the rich will be buying the car, right? The rich will be buying the car, right? The rich will be buying the car. So the poor was not buying. So that is again the benefit for the rich. If you want to take a loan to send your children abroad, the poor cannot buy, the rich can only take that loan and send the children. Again, the rich is benefiting. So that is why you realize that educational and skill disparities. In education also, you realize the people who have the money and the assets are the one who are benefiting more than the poor because they do not have access to credit facilities or they cannot take the loan. These are the things. Next, technological divide. Let me give you an example. In India, only 33% are digitally literate. At only 33% are digitally literate. That means the people who are aware of the devices, or let us say somebody calls you that you have won a lottery and all, they know that it is a scam and all. So aware of the digital technologies, their usages, and what misuse can happen. Among them, please understand, among the poor, among the below poverty line, you realize there is greater than 90% of digital illiteracy. This is one case study or example I've given. This was mentioned in the newspapers. Alternatively, you can mention here also, advanced tools, machinery, digital platform are accessible to only the resource rich. Again, the same thing. You can either mention this, you can mention this. So these are the things that you can answer or prove your point with. Next is social and gender inequalities. Okay, now if you see based on caste, ethnicity, gender bias limit the access to the various communities like Dalit, Adivasis and women. Now, if you see the people among the poor communities, the ones are the vulnerable section, the Dalits, that means the scheduled caste community, the Adivasis, the scheduled tribe, and the women. These are the again belonging to the category of the poor majorly because they have been, because of their backwardness, because of caste stigmatization and all, they have remained poor also and they are backward also and they lack resources also. So this is what is the aspect with respect to ownership and all. This was what the answer basically demanded. And I've added certain dimensions which you can basically add. Last question. Please remember, this is our last question. There were only 3 questions in social justice. So not many questions have been asked. A lot of questions are asked in the society section. You saw 6 to 7 questions are asked there. In this section, you realize this is the last question. Now this question, please remember, if you want to categorize into polity also, you can put it there. You can put it under governance also. You can put it under social justice also. This is a question of that sort. Why? Because you realize, what do you learn from this? You learn from this that UPSC is basically trying to integrate various parts of the syllabus. Now, what they have done over here is, they have asked a body, that is National Commission for the Protection of Child Rights. If you are reading your standard books like Lakshmikant, you read this chapter in detail, right? You read this in detail. But what it is dealing with now has to address the challenges faced by children in digital era. National Commission for the Protection of Child Rights. Why this question has come? Because recently there have been a lot of reports in the newspapers which deal with the problems of, let us say, the gaming, let us say addiction to, let us say, digital channels, and let us say certain children had lost their eyesight. Some children were playing games like PUBG and all, and they had lost a lot of money. This is something that you should be very clear about, right? Yes, absolutely, Amandeep. That is correct. That is true. Now, this body has to address the challenges faced by children in the digital era, right? Examine the existing policies and suggest measures the commission can initiate to tackle the issue. Now, do you realize something? Beautiful question where you are being asked, suggest the measures. Suggest the measures through which these issues can be tackled. Now you will say, sir, we are not so great policy makers that we can write this answer. But remember, we all know that today the children are suffering from this digital issues, expending a lot of time, gaming, addiction to certain channels or serials, wasting money on certain games. All these things are being faced by them. You know the problems, right? What should be there? These are the topics which have repeatedly come in your in your newspapers, current affairs. Even Nikhil sir, again, he does his current affairs very, very comprehensively. He has also dealt with these things in detail. If you would have read or seen his lectures well, he has dealt with these issues. At that time, he was talking about the child rights and the issues can be resolved. He had already dealt with that. So you could have easily answered that with the current affairs also. Now see here. If you want to answer this, you need to divide the question into certain parts. First is, you need to mention something about this body. Let us say it is a statutory body or a constitutional body. You know it is a statutory body, so you should mention it is a statutory body. Then you can mention under the act, because these are things that are basically mentioned in your Lakshmikant also. This is a basic thing that you can derive from your polity. Then it has to address the challenges faced. Now please understand, you have to tell about what are the challenges that the children are facing. First is writing about the body in the introduction. Second part is what are the challenges? Because it is talking about challenges, you need to address that answer. Please understand. You have to understand the flow. That is what is known as what? Understanding what the question is demanding. They have not written these challenges for you to enjoy. They have written for you to write on it. Right? This is not certain game that is going on. You mention the commission, then address the challenges, mention about what are the challenges. Then you come about, they examine the existing policies. Third part is you mention what are the policies that are existing now. Then last is measures. You mention the measures that can be taken. Now this 15 marks are basically divided among these 4 parts. If you miss any part, your marks are cut. Let us assume a candidate forgets to write the challenges and he forgets to write the policies. And he says, okay, suggest the measure are asking, let me write these. You will be judged out of 5 marks, not even 15 marks. You will be judged out of 5 marks. Out of 5 marks, you will get 1 mark or 2 mark, and that means you're getting basically that 1 or 2 marks out of 15. So this is how the division of marks basically takes place. So you need to understand, this is something very, very important, deciphering what the question is asking. If you do not decipher it, you will not be able to address the demand of UPSC. Remember, if you want to qualify this examination, right? If you want to qualify this examination, you should have good comprehensive ability, that is understanding ability. Why? Understand, this is the reason. When I say in my classes, when I'm taking geography sessions, when I'm taking anthropology sessions, when I'm taking society and social justice sessions, I always tell candidates, build your comprehensive ability if you want to qualify, because you will otherwise not be able to understand what the question is demanding. Not only in the mains, but also in the prelim examinations nowadays. So, first you have mentioned that National Commission on the Protection of Child Rights is a statutory body under the Commission for the Protection of Child Rights 2005. This is something very basic. Over here, if somebody wanted, one can go and briefly, let us say in a spoke diagram, give certain features about it. It is up to you. But because it is 15 markers, so you can do it. But if you do not want to, you can straight away go to next. Challenges, online safety risk, exposure to cyberbullying, harassment, online predators. Now what happens very often is, when I talk about digital era, there are a lot of issues where, let us say, somebody tells you, let us say a child who is not digitally literate, let us say a 10 years child, and he basically clicks on a link that has been sent to him, or he says that you won a lottery, click on this. And very often when they're using the phones of their parents, digital payment platforms are connected to their phone. And they think, okay, if you spend 100 rupees, you will get 1 lakh rupees. At that time, supposedly they're not talking to their parents right now. They are sitting in some other room with their parents' phone. And they click on that and they do something which basically leads to money being taken off from your account. What will happen? Basically, the parents are going to lose the money. Their accounts might become empty. Because by clicking on that, you are giving consent. So these things are very common. Along with it, let us assume there are a lot of apps which basically might take control of the camera of the phone, right? They can click your photographs also. You do not know that. There are very often, there can be clicking of photographs. That is basically taking your privacy. Many apps, you will realize, they ask you, give us access to your gallery, give us access to your contacts. Now, when you give that access, all the photographs that are present in your gallery can be accessed by that app. Do you realize now why it is more problematic for the children? Because they do not think about these app implications. They simply say, okay, let us play a game. They download a game. That is what the consent is. The game says, allow access, all access. You click on it and your complete phone in a way is under the control of that app. Remember that whenever you are using these apps, various apps are there, your complete phone is under the control of that app. They can access every photograph, every application, every document that is present in your phone. And even the people who are educated are suffering, let alone the children. So, online safety risk, access to harmful content, easy availability of violent, obscene, age inappropriate material. Now, let me give you an example. Instagram, for that matter, has become a vulgar site in a way. The way it is working, it is nonsense for the children in particular. The moment you log on to the Instagram, you see all sort of nonsense nowadays. And you know what I mean by that. So it is impacting the children in particular, right? So next is digital divide, unequal access to the devices. Now you realize that digital divide over here is also from the perspective that many children in the rural region do not have digital devices. We might be saying, oh, India is progressing. Yes, India is progressing. India has progressed over the years. Yes, it has progressed. But the problem is large number of people still do not have access to smartphones. When they do not have access to smartphone, how will the children use them? Right? So this is also digital divide. Excessive screen time and addiction. I realized this. There were certain case studies that came up that if you have an excessive screen time, first of all, it is impacting your eyesight. There is no doubt about it. Secondly, it is basically impacting your mental health. Why? Because you are consistently focusing on a screen. Remember, earlier on, you realize because of this, what it is leading to? It is leading to obesity. It is leading to depression, anxiety. Earlier on, what used to happen, the moment you used to complete your homework, people used to go out and play football, cricket, badminton, kho-kho. These are the things that you used to play. That is why our elder generations are much more healthy than our Chomin generation. We are not normal generation. We are Chomin generation, which can be pulled and broken down into parts. That is why we are Chomin generation, right? So these are the challenges. You can add multiple challenges over here. Next is existing policies for the children protection. Now there are a lot of policies. Whenever you read the science and technology part, this is something that has been repeatedly covered in the cyber security chapter, which is taught to you. Cyber security chapter, this is repeatedly taught. And this is not something that you do not know. It is just putting that right content at the right place. IT Act 2000 with amendments, provision against child pornography and cyber offences has been there. POXCO Act 2012 criminalizes child sexual abuse, including online exploitation. So these two are there. Next, National Education Policy emphasizes digital literacy and online learning. Then National Cyber Security Policy 2013 and CERT in guidelines framework for cyber safety and security, in particularly the children. So these policies have been there. Now, if you realize out of these are mostly picked up from the aspect of cyber security dimensions, right? So these are taught you in their chapter also. Next are the challenges in the existing policies. Now, please understand this. When the policies are asked and they ask you, okay, what are the other recommendations? That means there are certain loopholes in the policies also. So you can mention this dimension also. Implementation gaps, low awareness, jurisdictional issues, slow adaptation. So all these things can be mentioned. Like, for example, policies are there, but they're not being implemented properly, right? Somebody is saying, sir, Manchurian generation. Beta, Chomin plus Manchurian forms a very good combination. So let us be Chaw Manchu generation, right? Right? Chaw Manchu generation will be the best word. Chaw Manchu generation is our generation, right? That will be a better word. Okay, leaving that apart. Why the present policies are failing? Understand this. Firstly, there are implementational issues. Because let us see an example. When a child is using a phone of his parents, at that time they ask, let us say certain apps ask, you should be above the age of 18. Now they said click on it and that is done. Where is the authentication that is done? Right? So at the ground level also you realize, if you realize recently the ban on online money games was imposed. I feel that is a right way forward also, because many people were losing money and it was creating a lot of problems also. But similarly you realize, what about these Instagram sites which are putting vulgar content every day? People are putting vulgar content because they think that they will become famous. There have to be certain regulations now. Okay, the broadcasting bill is there, that will be implemented, certain changes can happen. But before that, we need certain form of consensus building that people should also be aware. If people are nowadays, so I feel least aware. What is important for us is that government should make certain direction at least to reduce this vulgarity that is existing. The problem is, what is these in the reels, if you realize, similarly the shorts that are present, right? The shorts that are present, right? So if you realize that shorts that are present in your YouTube also, over there also a lot of vulgarity is there. So there's certain, let us say, measures have to be adopted to basically control that. Otherwise, it is going to be very problematic. Clear? Let's see. Suggested measures: Digital safety curriculum. Integrate child-centric cybersecurity modules. That means the children should be taught. Even the recent NCRTs that have come up, these have basically added the dimension of cyber security and their awareness. So people should be aware that what are the dimensions, what are the problems that they can face, and how they can counter it. So adding to the curriculum, that is one thing. Collaboration with tech companies. Enforce age-appropriate filters, stronger reporting, and takedown mechanism. Now, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. That the important dimension over here is that we need to focus on such filters that age centricity should be there. That if a child is using, then even if the phone is of the elder person, we have to basically focus on the dimension that certain restrictions are imposed. Clear? Clear? Let's see. Let's move ahead. Monitoring and research. Now, please, over here in the monitoring and research, we can use artificial intelligence also as a means to get the data, to basically analyze the metadata, which can basically be helpful in, let us say, putting certain aspect of control with respect to these vulgarities that are existing. I'll give an example. Australia has done this. What Australia has done is, please understand, what Australia has done is people were putting a lot of nude content in the websites in Australia. Now, Australia did is they inbuilt their, let us say, the internet with certain filters where anybody used to put some content, nude content, automatically that filter used to hide the private body parts if anybody had to view it, especially if there are children. So they have integrated the artificial intelligence into the content that is present. Now, this has been very efficient and useful, particularly with respect to the children. Something of that sort. Now, that requires technology. That requires a lot of initiative. That can be done in India also, right? Next, awareness campaigns, train parents, teachers, and children. This becomes very, very important. Now, this is what was your part of your social justice. After this, I will request Nikhil sir also to take over. But before that, please remember, these are the foundational courses. 1 year course for 2026. You have Prahar in English, Prahar in Hindi. Also, we have the Titan batch that is exclusively in English. That is 9,999. 2-year courses for 2027, that is Sankalp batch in English, Sankalp batch in Hindi, and Pinnacle batch in English. That is for 13,499. These are 3-year courses. Those who are in the college specifically, this is very useful for them, where they can enroll to the Praram. Now, the Praram batch is in English also and Hindi also, and it is for 31,999. And again, you have the Srijan course 2.0 over here. This is basically very useful for the repeaters. They can have test series and mentorship for 9,999. This is in available in Hindi as well, so you can basically enroll to that. A very efficient course where you can basically practice your answer writing also, right? So this is all from my side. I will request our dear Nikhil sir to please take over from this, and he will be taking the section of your polity, right? So you can study now the polity section. Nikhil sir, you can please take over.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to PW OnlyIAS YouTube English channel. Thank you, Harpreet, my dear brother. Thank you so much for your very kind words also. Now, basically, we'll wait for a few minutes for people to just join in. All right. I know. We'll just wait for 1 more hour. I mean, not 1 more hour. You were having, the discussion for quite a long time. So let us get into it one by one. Please confirm whether the audio and video is clear. Black Hacker, hi. All right, just for a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes also, we will wait a little. The people who wants to join also can join. Yes, Abhijit Kumar, good afternoon. I'm glad to know that, Abhijit. सर यूपीएससी का पेपर हिंदी में होते हैं? हाँ होते हैं, रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में भी होते हैं. अर्शिता, गुड आफ्टरनून. Okay. Jai Hind, Amardeep. The first things first, I want you to do a very small thing. Those of you are still not part of this Telegram channel of mine, official Telegram channel this is, please join it. Please join it. If you don't have a GS paper 2 compilation of question papers, compilation of PYQs, if you don't have, then join it there. Compilation of PYQs from 2013. You don't have that, only then you join it. Otherwise, if you have that book with you, please take it up. All good, all good, all good. Hello, Amrit. Spent my 4 years in Karnataka. I'm fantastic, Vinay. How are you? Good afternoon, Nirupama. Pranam. Fantastic, fantastic. All right, people. So first of all, the reason why I want you to pick up the booklet is, see, remember, in my current affairs classes, in my mentoring sessions, which I used to do live, I always used to tell you one thing. Even if you are preparing by yourself, you can still prepare for civil services by doing one simple exercise, which is to prepare on the basis of the previous year questions. Topic wise, you do the preparation. Many people was telling, oh, that will not work. You need to know everything from scratch. Only then you will do it. My whatever I say, please understand, I will always have an evidence for it. And this year's polity paper couldn't be anything but that. Each and every question, every topic is a repeated question. Then what is the difference? Then why should we join for your Titan batch? Why should we join for your Pinnacle batch? For Pinnacle batch students, I am taking polity and governance. They should be knowing this. We take everything in detail there. Well, to the extent where one student asked, why is he teaching all this unnecessary stuff? I will prove it to you why a holistic understanding is important. Now, if you look at the last question that was actually discussed by Harpreet sir, that is not just social justice, that also has underpinnings in polity. So for every topic, you need a holistic understanding there. You need to know the polity angle, you need to know the societal angle, you need to know the technology angle, everything you need to know. Only then you will be able to what? Only then you will be able to understand the topic in full. Let us not waste any time further. Let us get right into it. Trend analysis, GS paper 2. So from polity, as usual, you had a heavy weightage this time also, 10 questions. Governance, you had 3. So totally 13 questions from my subject, polity and governance. Pinnacle batch students should be knowing this. So if you are self-preparing, you should prepare topic-wise. You should collect all the data, everything you will have to do. If you join my class, well, I will give you the data. I will tell you how to analyze it. We will discuss the PYQs, etc. 90% of the work is from my end. 10%, which is the most important percentage, you have to sit and read those notes. You have to sit and revise those notes. That is the only difference between self-preparation and coaching. Self-preparation requires 99% efforts from your end. Coaching means 90% effort has to come from the faculty, because faculty has to deliver everything. At least in my class, I am very, very clear. One-stop solution. After that, don't go behind that material, this textbook, that act, this act, nothing. Stick to the notes, end of the story. This is the idea. We'll come to that now, Vinay. Because again, we will see how each question has been framed and whether or not these were asked earlier or not. So again, the simulator test which I told you earlier in the morning with regard to UPSC Mains 2025, which is absolutely for free, available in Hindi and English. So it is available, right? UPSC Mains 2025 papers, and get them evaluated from PW team for free. Registration links are given in the description. All right. So let us take it up further forward. GS2, polity and governance. Very first question. Discuss the corrupt practices for the purpose of the representation of the People's Act 1951. Analyze whether the increase in the assets of the legislators and or their associates disproportionate to their known sources of income would constitute undue influence and consequently a corrupt practice. 10 marks. Now, okay, such a big question. What to write, sir? We are so confused. What will we do? All these things will be there in your head. Agreed. Even I don't doubt it. Anybody will feel stressed. But before that, one plain exercise. I used to tell you, right? Every question from 2013 onwards, study it. Now, the question from 2019. Just listen to it. On what grounds a people's representative can be disqualified under the Representation of Peoples Act? Also, mention the remedies available to such person against his disqualification. 250 words, 15 marks. 2019, they had asked a question. That is the first time where Act started coming in. Trend-wise, when you see till 2017 and 18, I told you, it was enough that you completed the paper, your name will be in the list. I guarantee you that. After that, the trend has been that simply knowing certain provisions of the constitution or just knowing, okay, Puttaswamy judgment, Keshavananda Bharati, Maneka Gandhi, that is not enough anymore. You need to know about the provisions of acts, especially those acts which are repeatedly coming in the paper. This was the first time they asked it, 2019. Okay, what is the big deal? Coincidence, you may say. Well, 2020 again. There is a need for simplification of procedure for disqualification of persons found guilty of corrupt practices. That means even this word is not coming for the first time in UPSC. This has already appeared in 2020's paper, and there too they had asked it for just 10 marks. Of corrupt practices under the Representation of Peoples Act. Comment. There they had only asked just this corrupt practices. So discuss the corrupt practices it was today. That time it was comment on the corrupt practices. Just commenting on the corrupt practices, 10 marks. Here there are 2-3 parts to the question. Got the point here? What was only corrupt practices back in 2020 for 10 marks, now they have included that along with another talent together for 10 marks. That means the real challenge here is confining everything within the given space. That is the true challenge. We'll come to that. Next. Again, it doesn't end there. 2022, again a question. Discuss the procedures to decide the disputes arising out of election of a member of the parliament or a state legislature under the Representation of Peoples Act. What are the grounds on which the election of any returned candidate may be declared void? What remedy is available to the agreed party against the decision? Refer to the case laws. So 2020 UPSC took it even more, one more step forward and telling that case law we want. Some people generally ask me, especially in my Pinnacle batch, they generally ask me, sir, should we remember all these judgments? Question is there, my dear. What to do? You have no other choice other than remembering these because these keeps coming in the paper. So 3 questions, thrice this have appeared. 2019, 2020, 2022. So nobody can say, oh my God, we never expected this question. Expect always the expected in UPSC. Expected topics you should study. There is no argument for it. Now let us see how do you write this. How do you write this? Any question, any subject, your optional, your GS 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, there is a standard operating procedure. First of all, read the question in full. Obviously, that is the first thing. Then understand what you have to write. Then also you have to see what. Most importantly, you have to see this. 10 marks. That means hardly 2 pages you will get. 2 pages, maybe little space, 2 1/4 or 2 1/2, not more than that. Within that, you have to deliver your idea. Okay, so this much I need to deliver. What should be my framing of my answer? What should be my intro? What should be my body? What should be my conclusion? Discuss the corrupt practices. UPSC itself has given it in single inverted comma. So goes without saying, the first part of my answering will consist of what? Define it. Define corrupt practices. End of the story. What amounts to corrupt practices? Intro straight away, because it is not that Representation of Peoples Act was formed in 1990. Just 10 marks. Just 2 pages are there for you. So you don't have the luxury of giving a big introduction like how they will introduce our dear Balaya or Rajinikanth or Shah Rukh Khan or whoever it is in the big screen. First they will show the leg, then they will show the hand, then they will show the head, then after 15 minutes they will show the face. No. You will have to straight away introduce them like an Anurag Kashyap movie. Straight away. No fashion, no glorification. See the introduce karo character ko. So directly you are starting with the definition. First thing. For the purposes of the Representation of People's Act. So, what will come under corrupt practices under RPA? You will give that bribery, appeal to religion, publication of false statement, hiring of vehicle. Yes, if you actually look at our answer key here, each section has been given. Section 123 clause 1, 123 clause 2, 123 clause 3 and 123 clause 4. Sir, should we remember this also or what? Repeatedly asked question. Correct? Thrice it has been already asked. So goes without saying you will have to do what? Go in depth into it. I always have told you one thing. If a question has come repeatedly, go deep. If a topic is appearing again and again in current affairs, go deep. These are the only 2 reasons why you should go deep with any topic. Otherwise, no need. So you will mention it. First part is done. Discuss the corrupt practices. You discussed it. These are the corrupt practices. So discussion means what? You have to say something about it, to what extent bribery is there, to what extent undue influence, appeal to religion, caste, community, false statements, hiring of vehicle, that is hiring or using vehicle to freely convey voters. So you should actually discuss it. That why it is there, to what extent it is there. Some data, some examples. Cases of bribery, cash for vote schemes, or interference with the exercise of electoral rights, that is stopping people from casting their votes, fabricating the votes, using religion, caste and community to appeal for votes. There are caste-based, religion-based parties in our country. You can mention all of that. Got the point? Then, analyze whether increase in the assets of the legislators and or their associates disproportionate to their known sources of income would constitute undue influence and consequently a corrupt practice. What are they trying to tell? That is, every year we know one thing. After each election, assets of our MPs / MLAs increases. It doubles, some quadruples, etc. Maybe 300 crore became 600 crore, 600 crore became 1000 crore. Like that, it keeps on increasing. Few data for that. You can quote either the, so for that also I will tell you, quote the richest MP in India, then richest MLA in India. This you can do, right? Not a difficult task. Richest MP and MLA. Easily, if you Google it right now, you will get it. I could have put the data myself, but I don't want to do that. You also have to do a little bit of homework. I know Harpreet sir literally gave you all the data. He literally sat there explaining to you each and every data. No, I won't do complete spoon feeding. You will also have to put in the effort. So richest MP or MLA you will give to data to support, yes, assets are increasing. Can this cause undue influence? Definitely yes. I mean, yes, it can. How? How can it influence? Basically, the point what I told you already. Fund bribes to voters, cash for votes. Wealth is used to threaten, coerce or buy off community leaders. That you can do. Then, associates deploy the assets to distribute inducements or gifts. Fake news or defamatory. Basically, for all this, you can use it. All of this. So that you will mention. Now, again, mere increase cannot simply lead to what? Simply lead to corrupt practices. Why? You have Election Commission of India. You have media, the fourth pillar that is keeping a watch over such things. surprise raids conducted by the EC has helped in actually stopping the cash flow. Initiatives like demonetization as well as GST has actually kept such things very, very less. So even though assets might have increased, the actual flow of cash in elections has been curtailed. Mention that. Finally, give a conclusion. Because beyond that, you cannot write. Even the points, whatever we have given here, that is this, then this. All the three, when you put it up in that 10 marker area, it will overflow. It will overflood. So limited examples, but with all the points. Write it, your answer is complete. So first you will go for what? What do you mean by corrupt practices? That you will mention. Then you will talk about what? Increase in the assets of the legislators. You will talk about the richest and the poorest, richest MP and MLA. Then you will say, yes, it can lead to corrupt practices. No, it necessarily need not lead to corrupt practices. Answer is complete. Got the point here? This is the way you do it. Clear? Let us try to understand this better. Abhijit, there is no point in putting electoral bonds here. I'm in a way happy that you mentioned it because trust me, that doesn't come under the definition of corrupt practices. It is constitutionally invalid as per the ruling of Supreme Court. UPSC always remember answer to the point. Start with the question, see what needs to be defined, what needs to be analyzed, give data supporting it, finally conclude it. That more reforms are necessary in the Representation of People's Act so as to make the system more cleaner, more better. One liner you add there towards the end, as suggested by various law commission reports and as suggested by the ARC reports. Done. Let us move to the next question to understand better how to do your answer writing. Again, so discuss the procedural safeguards provided under the Representation of People Act 1951 for free and fair elections. How do these provisions address allegations of corrupt practices and electoral offences? This was a question that came in our Srijan test series. Then, explain the provisions of the Representation of People Act that govern the qualification, disqualification for contesting elections. How do these provisions contribute for upholding democratic values in India? So, even in Srijan's test series, this had appeared. Got it? Even if you are not attended the class, at least if you would have joined the test series, this question would have been covered easily. Let us see. Next point, next question. Comment on the need of administrative tribunals as compared to the court system. Assess the impact of the recent tribunal reforms through rationalization of the tribunals made in 21. Again, 10 marker. Automatically, next question. That is not today's part of today's discussion, Abhijit. This is not actually neither a current affair class nor a polity class. This is about discussing the question paper. And already that topic is done and dusted. Electoral bonds is unconstitutional. Now there is no point in discussing it. It's over. So, automatically the next question. Have tribunals come as a question before? Correct. That also we need to check out. So, tribunals, here you go. How far do you agree with the view that tribunals curtail the jurisdiction of ordinary courts? In view of above, discuss the constitutional validity and competency of tribunals in India. Constitutional validity means why you need tribunals, and validity, are they valid? Do we even need them? This was a question that came in 2018 for 15 marks. There it was, full tribunals. Next question. The Central Administrative Tribunal, which was established for redressal of grievances and complaints by or against central government employees, nowadays is exercising powers as an independent judicial authority. Explain. Came as a question in 2019 for 10 marks. So goes without saying, one cannot expect what? Again say that, oh my God, this is totally new. Only jhatka here is this particular point here. Recent tribunal reforms which started in 2021. That is the only jhatka, because somewhere something from as far back as 2021 has been asked. Only if somebody has prepared on that topic will know. There was hardly any major reform. The so-called reforms was not something, oh my God, so much conceptual data I have to remember, so many facts I have to remember, nothing like that. As usual, you'll start with what? Comment on the need of administrative tribunals. So first of all, you'll say what? Your definition will start with what? It will start with what you mean by administrative tribunals. Enabled by Articles 323 and 323b. You'll mention that. First thing is that you'll mention what it is. That is done. Why you need it. That is the thing. Specialized expertise, speedy justice, cost-effective and accessible, relieves the higher judiciary. Specialized expertise means what? Especially administrative tribunals means they only look into what? Administrative matters. They don't look into normal other civil cases, criminal cases, nothing. They only look into administrative matters. Speedy justice, definitely it will take lesser time. It is cost effective and accessible. You need not hire lawyer and all. I can present my case. That is, let us say now, Austin is a, let us say, civil servant. Austin himself can go and fight his case. No need to hire a lawyer or anything. He can lay down the facts there. Relieves the higher judiciary. So, it will relieve the higher judiciary because you're moving towards a tribunal. And once a tribunal verdict comes, that verdict can be used. Judiciary's burden comes down because judiciary is already overburdened. You can easily add here the pendency of cases. Pendency of cases in the judiciary that you can give. High Court, how many cases are pending? Supreme Court, how many cases are pending? So you gave that much. Brief data you gave, administrative tribunal intro you gave, and then you compared with the normal court system. Assess the impact of the recent tribunal reforms through rationalization of tribunals made in 2021. They are basically asking, rationalization of tribunals was done in 2021. What is its impact? That's it. That's it. So the first question is assessing the impact. Why we needed a rationalization? The reality is that (2021) appeals itself, if you reforms itself, if you see, what were the reforms? Okay, let us see that first. Merge smaller tribunals into larger ones, reducing fragmentation and overlapping jurisdictions. That is, you have central administrative tribunal with its different benches in Delhi, Bengaluru, Chennai, etc. But other small tribunals got merged together. Why? Reduce time, increase the speed of justice, all that. Transferred appeals to High Court. That is, if I am not happy with the verdict from a tribunal, I can appeal it to the High Court. Then, efficiency, transparency. How? Going online. Most of the hearings are today made online. That is there. But what is the limitation of these reforms? First thing, rationalization. When you do rationalization, that is merging tribunals and making it one, problem is access will be reduced. Correct? Few tribunals are there, means for any issue, I'll have to travel a lot. First thing. Second, appeals, you can make it to the High Court. So what will happen to the High Court's burden? That is going to increase again. Number 2, going online. Going online means what? Its idea is to save on time, etc. But do we really have digital penetration in the country to indulge in this? What is the real issue? Vacancy is the real issue in tribunals. Vacancies are not being filled on time, leading to pending cases even in the tribunal. That means there are pending cases for more than 12 years in the tribunal. Tribunal is actually supposed to ensure speedy justice. But the 2021 reforms also has failed to bring in any major changes where more than for 12 years this is pending. Data with regard to this, I had given it in my public administration paper 2 class, where I clearly mentioned who has questioned in parliament, who questioned it, and what have they suggested. There they have mentioned. I'm not trying to sell my course or anything here, but yes, what many people won't tell you when you say you're going to choose public administration as an optional is paper 2 topics are covered. Sorry, GS2 topics are covered in PubAd paper 2. This is a sitting question from paper 2 PubAd. So data, details, etc. there I have already given it to you. It's a straight sitter here. Got the point? Let us see now the next question. Again, this was also there for the Srujan's test. Does tribunals in India dilute the principle of separation of powers by encroaching upon judicial functions? Evaluate in light of recent Supreme Court rulings. Very good question. Asked in Srujan's, if you had prepared it from here or prepared it on the basis of PYQs. Okay, twice this question has appeared. Let me study everything that is there with regard to tribunals. So those of you preparing for the future, let me tell you, when you're preparing for it, you should study what? Purpose of National Green Tribunal, purpose of Central Administrative Tribunal, SAT, and how all these are based on one guiding principle, that is principles of natural justice. Important rulings, controversial judgments, all that you will note down. All facts and data you will note down so that you have a proper answer. See, prepare it in advance so that the moment you see the question, you start writing it. That is the idea here. Clear, people? Compare and contrast the president's power to pardon in India and in the USA. Are there any limits to it in both countries? What are preemptive pardons? Now this question, how will we write? Some of you at least will be wondering. See, if you are doing President of India, if you are doing judiciary, President of India and judiciary, these two things if you are doing, you have to compare it with the president's powers with other countries in every respect, with France, with USA especially. Judiciary, when we talk about, again judiciary, the collegium system what we have in India, what is the system that is available in UK, what is the system that is available in USA, maybe even France. So all these systems you should be knowing. It is a natural thing. It is something which is very natural for anybody to do. Because again, like I told you, when you do it, you should have a holistic understanding. Okay, President of India has these many powers. Then what about the President of USA? And what is the context for this question? I don't know how many of you remember, but Joe Biden, the American president, just before he was about to demit from the office, that is his tenure is about to get over, he signed a presidential pardon order for his son. Presidential pardon order in USA means you're completely absolved of the crime. No punishment, no court, no trial, nothing. And that came under huge media scrutiny and glare. The reason being that his son was actually caught with a weapon that was not having any license, an unlicensed weapon, which will carry a 20 years punishment in USA. If I am holding a gun in USA, you can have your weapon, you can have any weapon. But if that weapon does not have a license, that means I procured an illegal weapon. 20 years is the minimum punishment, if not life imprisonment. Second case for which he was arrested was drug trafficking. Was found with the possession of drugs. Both the case put together, easily 30 to 50 years imprisonment he will get. Who? Joe Biden's son, the president's son. But just before he was able to leave the office, he signed the presidential order pardoning all the crimes committed by his own son. Means what? No court, no trial, nothing. That guy walks out free. Now that is why this question had come. Compare the presidential pardoning powers of the president and the presidents of USA and India. Are there any limits between both the countries? What are preemptive pardons? Again, strictly coming from where? Current affairs. A brief comparison between the two. Pardons granted before any trial or conviction, sometimes even before formal charge. That is what I told you. Preemptive pardoning means even before the case goes to the court, even before the court gives any punishment, pardon is given. We don't have that in India. In India, pardoning powers comes into picture only after trial is over, conviction is over, then only pardoning powers comes. Otherwise, no. USA, it is there. All right. Moving on. Next question. Discuss the nature of Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly after the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019. Briefly describe the powers and functions of the Assembly of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. 10 marks. Interestingly enough, even this, if you see, was a question. About Jammu and Kashmir also, there was a question, and that was, to what extent is Article 370 of the Indian Constitution bearing marginal note, temporary provisions with respect to state of Jammu and Kashmir, temporary? Discuss the future prospects of this provision in the context of Indian polity. 2016 they had asked. Article 370, just one question they had asked long time ago. But again, even if you have not referred it, even if you have not studied it, this is not a difficult question to answer. It's a union territory with a legislative assembly. Number one, that is the first and foremost thing. And who will be having all the control there? Most of the important subjects will come under whom? The central government, because it is still a union territory with legislative assembly. Main point you have to highlight here is, from the recent Pahalgam attack, what has happened? Now, complete tight security will be there. Even more of center's domination will be there in the state. Domination rather than Union Territories Legislative Assembly. So 2019 Article 370 was removed. That you will write. Then nature of J&K Legislative Assembly after 2019. See, it's a union territory with a legislative assembly, just like Delhi or just like Puducherry. Maximum important matters, who will have powers there? Center only. They don't even have to ask the state legislative assembly for it. Ultimately, union laws will prefer. And with Jammu and Kashmir being very strategically involved there, being a strategically important, what is it? Union territory near the border area, public order and police will stay with the LG or the union. Because to ensure security, you need what? Center needs the collaboration with the police force. Then the army. To bring coordination between these two, center needs to be there. Because we know what used to happen when Jammu and Kashmir was a state. The police were under the J&K government. They will do their manmani. Army will be putting their hand on their head. Face palm moment. How will we get this cops on order? Difficult it was. Now nothing doing. Center will be controlling everything. Got the point here? So straight away, this is like common sense wala question, I would call it. One or two questions will be always there based on common sense or presence of mind. You just need to use your common sense, link it with the latest current affair and end the matter. Got it here? Attorney General of India plays a crucial role in guiding the legal framework of the union government and ensuring sound governance through legal counsel. Discuss his responsibilities, rights and limitations in this regard. Straight away from Lakshmikant. Correct? And is this the first time that such a question is coming? Again, the answer is no. Attorney General of India. The Attorney General is the chief legal advisor and lawyer of the Government of India. Discuss 250 words, 10 marks. Sorry, 15 marks. 2019 a question had come. Got the picture here? Straight away, there is nothing new in here. They are asking what are the responsibilities. Then they are asking what are the rights, what are the limitations. Cannot vote, etc., cannot practice after retirement. All these things you write. I know it is straight away, that is Attorney General of India is a topic which you will probably sit and study only for your prelims. Mains, generally we will skip it. It is not going to come. Now you will have to study it. If you really ask me, there are certain topics which you will have to study like that. That is now Attorney General of India. This is repeatedly asked. Election Commission of India, Finance Commission of India, Comptroller and Auditor General, Delimitation Commission. Yeah, at least these bodies you have to study. By heart and keep. Article 324, Article 280, all this you will have to by heart and keep. Why? These will repeatedly coming in news. Not every chapter you will have to by heart. No. What is repeatedly coming in news, that you will have to study. No other go. News also it is coming. PYQ is also there. Definitely you are studying. Preparing proper answer, taking data from current affairs of last 1 year. That is what you will do. To supplement it. Now, obviously, for Attorney General, sir, but for Attorney General, what current affairs? There is no current affairs. Other than that, the AGI, for the central government, the AGI appeared in the Supreme Court. That will be the only sentence that you will keep reading in the paper. That you cannot write right. And look at the question. Are they even asking any current affair here? They are asking for responsibilities. They are asking about rights. Then they are asking about limitations. Finished. It's just 10 marker. Straight away. Sitter. That means, goes without saying now, even if you're prepared at a question has come only once in the last 10 years, you still have to prepare it. Example, JNK question, Attorney General of India question. Got it? E-governance projects have a built-in bias towards technology and back-end integration than user-centric designs. Examine 10 marks. There is a bias towards technology. What do you mean by bias? That means you need to be a little more technically savvy. With internet, you should be a little more comfortable. Only then you will be able to use these e-governance initiatives. And back-end integration. Back-end integration means what? If I upload some data, whether it will get updated in the system, medical miracle it will be. Got the point here? It is not at all easy. That is the question. Well, again, we need to see whether this was a question earlier or not. Under the topic of digital governance. Alright, 4 questions have come. Electronic cash transfer system for the welfare schemes is an ambitious project to minimize corruption, eliminate wastage and facilitate reforms. Comment. E-governance is not only about utilization of the power of new technology, but also much about the critical importance of the use value of information. Explain. The emergence of 4th Industrial Revolution has initiated a governance as an integral part, has initiated e-governance as an integral part of the government. Discuss. 2013, 2018, 2020. All for 10 marks. Then 2023. E-governance as a critical tool of governance has ushered in effectiveness, transparency and accountability in government. What inadequacies hamper the enhancement of these features? That means in 2023, they had asked a question, what are the problems associated with e-governance? Towards the last. That is what is not making it effective, what is not making it transparent, what is not making it accountable. Here they have straight away asked the problems. So you will write what is built-in bias, over-reliance on digital platform, neglect of offline options, centralized systems, complex interfaces, high cost of implementation. Over-reliance means everything becoming online these days. Everything becoming online, which is not at all easy again. Offline option itself is no more there. That means I have told you in my class as well as PubAd also, we are moving into an era of WhatsApp governance. And not everybody will be able to do it. Use it. Centralized systems, that is for everything centralized system. What does it mean? Means for anything and everything linked with Aadhaar. Implementation is also high cost. You need high-speed broadband connectivity. So very recently again, crime and criminal tracking network system where all the police stations of the country was linked. Are all the cops able to use this? Or can all the citizens, do they know how to get their EFIR registered? Getting the point here. Regional variation is there when it comes to internet facilities. Got the point? That you will mention. Then, is it not user-centric? Not at all. Not all the websites are user-centric. Confusion still exists with the GST portal that was introduced when? 2017 onwards. Announcement made in 2016. But with GST portal itself, there are so many issues. That is the reason why businessmen as well as local traders don't want to use it. Proper example you give. Confusion still persists with regard to what? Income tax returns, filing it. Correct. Why are we, see, many people actually hire a chartered accountant. Why? Because this is not easy. If it was so user-friendly, I could have filed my taxes by myself. So there are issues. Getting the point? Because these are the things that I'm using. Again, online payment of electricity bill. Sometimes what happens? Money will get deducted, but bill will not get paid. It got stuck somewhere. Internet issue. You will get it back also later. That is a different story. But people will panic. Now it has happened with me also. Sometimes when I end up making the payment, I'm like, arey yaar. They'll be showing processing. Sometimes they will say, no, failed. Payment failed. Sometimes they will say money has been deducted. If that doesn't happen, I will return it back to you later. Then I wait. So the question is, should I wait for 24-48 hours or should I make the payment again? Got the point? So this is what it is. So these are the issues that needs to be streamlined again. That needs to be made more user-friendly, where there is no confusion at all. Again, with IRCTC website also we are facing issues. Correct? You have to actually mention those websites which a normal individual will be using in the country. Booking for railway tickets, making online payments, income tax, GST. These are the major areas. These things itself we are struggling. Then EFIR and all, it will become even more difficult. No, nothing. It is not about Politica questions may acts of 2019-21. So how to expect such questions? That is not the way to look at it. You have to look at it at the topic first. In that topic, you have to see what and all are the major things that have happened. So when you sit and do a proper search on these topics, you will get the data that reforms were introduced in 2021. Then cover it in full. Don't go by the act which came in 2019, because in that logic means Representation of People's Act came in 1951. So will you go from 1951 till now? What and all amendments happened to RPA? No, impossible to cover. And it will be very blunder to do. To investigate from 1951 till now, what and all major amendments happened, that is a impossible thing. Recently, what has happened? That when you do your search in the internet, or your concerned faculty should be in a position to tell you, these are the things. All right. Moving on. Civil society organizations are often perceived as being anti-state actors than non-state actors. Do you agree? Justify 10 marks. Again, no surprises here. Can civil society and NGOs present an alternative model of public service delivery to benefit the common citizen? Discuss the challenges of this alternative model. 250 words, 15 marks, 2021. Question and come. That is, can we use civil society organization and NGO as an alternative system? That is, civil society organization NGO will do what the government is doing. Not all, but some aspects. Can they do that? What are the challenges of it? So what are the challenges here? See, the main challenge here is CSO. They are non-profit groups that represent citizen interests, promote welfare and hold institutions accountable. First issue is, are they registered? Are they registered in India? That is the very first issue. Because more often than not, civil society organizations are front for the government. Sorry, fronts created by various other organizations. Maybe another country, maybe another terrorist organization, whatever. They're front to do money laundering, etc. So first essential condition necessary is get it registered. Why are they being perceived as anti-state actors? Because many a times they are not registered. They don't file their income tax returns. Getting the point? They don't show the source of funds. Then the purpose of funds. As long as these four things remain opaque, civil society organizations are what? Basically bad. You give an example of any organization. Again, you can Google and find out. You only find out. What is it? A banned civil society organization. A good civil society organization. Google it. Keep one example. That is enough. One example. Because why? 10 marks. Got the point here? Nothing you should analyze from the PYQs from 2013 onwards. Constitutional morality is the fulcrum which acts as an essential check upon the high functionaries and citizens alike. In view of the above observation of the Supreme Court, explain the concept of constitutional morality and its application to ensure balance between judicial independence and judicial accountability in India. 15 marks. So that again, as I have told you, constitutional morality is rooted in the constitutional itself and is founded on its essential facets. Explain the doctrine of constitutional morality with the help of relevant judicial decisions. This question was asked in 150 words for 10 marks in 2021. What is constitutional morality? It was asked. So defining you can do, but what is this constitutional morality? So definition, fine, we can give. Fulcrum which acts as an essential check upon high functionaries and citizens alike. What do you mean by a fulcrum? Fulcrum means through that you can actually judge. You can always check whether an act committed by a constitutional functionary like Supreme Court, High Court, Prime Minister, President, is it correct or wrong based on the principles of constitutional morality? That's it. The first sentence is that you will define what is constitutional morality as a paramount virtue requiring both institutions and citizens to act in fidelity to the spirit of the Constitution. That is the first thing, that everybody should uphold the spirit of the Constitution. What is the spirit of the Constitution? Sovereign, secular, socialist, democratic, republic, ensuring justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity for all the citizens. Those are the values. No need of that, Pradyuman. There is no need of mentioning it here. Because the main idea, this is the statement given, you just explain the statement. And you have to use this statement in the context of what? You have to use it in the context of judiciary alone. Judiciary alone. So judiciary alone when you are doing, especially what? Judicial independence and judicial accountability in India. Why the judiciary's independence? That is entirely independent from the executive. That you will mention. Under what article executive and judiciary are completely separated to ensure its independence. And the fact that we have a collegium system appointing judges. Judges appoint judges. Completely free from executive, so complete independence is ensured. Yeah, agreed with that, Abhijit. Yes, it is enough, nothing. So, that much part you will write. How independence is ensured. What about accountability? What about accountability? So, this is where you need to give examples. What examples you will give? Now, here they have given their, what is it? Judicial accountability, etc. How to ensure it, balance, etc. But properly give cases. That is, Manipur riots. Why did it trigger? It started because of whom? Because of a High Court judge's ruling. Directing the government to take a decision quickly on the reservation status of the Métis. That is the starting point of all of this, which conveniently our opposition, maybe even the ruling party, as well as the media have all conveniently forgotten. Simply, he should have dismissed the petition by telling what, listen, this is not the matter of the judiciary to decide. This is something to be decided by the, let us leave it to the president. Let us leave it to the parliament. He could have simply said, parliament, president, leave it. Let him just, could have said it and left it. Instead, what he did, he directed the Manipur government to take a decision with regard to the reservation status of the Métis. That triggered it off. What was the punishment later? What did he get? What is the very big punishment, bad punishment that he got? He just got transferred. That's it. He aram se got transferred from Manipur. He is now sitting in some other high court. Whereas Manipur is burning since the last 2 years. Now under president's rule. Where is the accountability in this? Another high court judge, another so-called learned high court judge basically gave a ruling. And what was the ruling? Removing the strings of the pajama of a girl's attire. Removing the attire of a girl, that doesn't amount to attempt to rape. God knows what these people are thinking. Thankfully, Supreme Court intervened. Removing the strings of the pajama of a girl, that is one guy is holding the hands, another guy is pulling the pajama down, that is not attempt to rape. Got the point? This is the second ruling. Where is the accountability here? Where is the accountability? Other than Supreme Court correcting the judgment, did anybody actually question? What was this judge even thinking? No. Did the media question? Social media, yes, agreed. Some amount of Allah was there. Some forwards were there. Some shares were there. That's it. Other than that, did that judge face any action? Then how can we forget our dear Delhi High Court judge? burnt currencies were found. In your home or my home, like I have told you in my class also, if in our home, in your home or my home, if a sack of burnt currency is found, police will come, ED will come, NIA will come, income tax will come, everybody will come, we will have to stay outside. The neighbor asked, kya hua? Oh, nothing. Income tax and everybody is staying inside. They are sleeping inside, so we came outside. Nothing here also, other than one impeachment procedure, which God Almighty knows whether it will conclude or not. Where is the accountability here? Got the point? Where is the transparency associated with? Assets of judges. Where is the transparency? I know they are all filthy rich. Why? Just visit Supreme Court or High Court. Show me one car there which is below 10 lakhs. One car. You will never find. In fact, you will find probably the cheapest car to be what? A 60 or 70 lakh car to be the cheapest. Otherwise, the most expensive vehicles, BMW, Audi, Benz, Jaguar, just 1.5, 2.5 crore. How are they able to afford it? Salary is going from the Consolidated Fund of India. From that salary, you can afford a 2.5 crore car. How? No transparency again. Getting the picture here. So this needs to be brought into, this is where we need the reform. Got the point? Supreme Court cars with Pakistan. Please. Pakistan's GDP, come on, man. Maybe we are all richer than Pakistan. That is not even a comparison. Leave it. According to them, that is, we saw now very recently, the biggest threat to Kapil Sharma, Mr. Shahbaz Sharif. इन्होंने S-400 को उड़ा दिया. Them and their armed forces, let them do whatever they want. Leave it. That is not even a comparison. Got it here? This is what you should write. Now, some of you I saw collegium system, etc. you are mentioning. Why I have not considered it? Why? Why I am not considering collegium system? Why is sir not talking about it much? I will tell you the reason. Discuss the evolution of collegium system in India. Critically examine the advantages and disadvantages of the system in the appointment of the judges of the Supreme Court of India and that of the USA. Once again, comparing it with USA. Yeah, you can start with any judgment. Got the point here? This is the reason why I have always told you. Again, in my classes, I have said this always. When you get the question paper, give it a quick read. Because I will tell you now today what would have happened. Whoever goes now, like that good boys with oil on their hair, girls also tying ponytails on both the sides, they will always go by order. First question, second question, third question, fourth question. Mummy ne bola hai. Oh, wonderful. Now what will happen here is, question 11, you would have thrown judiciary. First judge's case, second judge's case, third judge's case, fourth judge's case. There is no transparency. Judiciary is appointing with judiciary. This, that. That is what you would have focused on. Whereas that is not the demand of the question. Why? Because they are talking about two things. Independence also, accountability also. Got it? Both the things are there. So you are fully charged. Oh, familiar territory, man. Let me write. Aaj main likhkar rahunga. You will write. Then comes Tandani Nane, Tanina Nano. What is it? Question number 13. Ahaha. They are clearly asking about collegium system. Already you wrote first judges to second, third, fourth, National Judicial Appointments Commission, everything you vomited in 11th question. Nothing is there to write over here. You may as well write, dear examiner, please refer to the 11th question. I am too lazy to write the same answer again. Got the point? Don't jump to the writing part without reading the entire paper once. This is the next Pimpilika Pilapi what UPSC will do. Because you're almost like, are you serious? You're asking the same thing again? And UPSC is like, kaisa laga mera mazak? That is the point. If you have read it, what will you do? You will segregate. Okay, I'm not going to mention anything about collegium in my 11th question. Here I will talk about Manipur riots, High Court judges' very insensitive remark on what tantamounts to an attempt to rape. Delhi High Court judge, this much I will write. Got the point here? This I will write. Why? Because I already saw collegium system has been asked separately about the evolution. Clearly they have asked. So now what? Here this is done. Collegium, I just mentioned it in a sentence. I did not focus on it too much. Now come to the 13th question. Now hit the ball outside the park. Hit it outside. Dhoni style. Swing it. First judges, second judges, third judges, fourth judges. That is basically judiciary appointing it. Judiciary. It is the only system, messed up system. Don't write messed up and all, by the way. That I can say. You cannot say that. You are preparing for UPSC. My preparation days are over. Balle balle. I can say all of that. That is different. Judiciary appointing judiciary. It is the only system that is found in the world. In a democratic country, it is only found in where? In India. You write that part. What is the advantages and disadvantages? Disadvantage is the total secrecy. Total secrecy. There is no idea who are these people. Like that very famous dialogue from Jolly LLB movie. Kaun hai ye log? Kahan se aa rahe hain ye log? Same thing. Got the point? That you will write. So disadvantages are what? There is no control. Neither the parliament has control in it. Neither the public has control in it. It is the most opaque system in the world. On what grounds are they being appointed? What grounds are they being transferred? None of it is clear. But neither public knows it, neither the legislature knows it, neither the executive knows it, nor the media knows it. People are talking, government is this, government is that. Supreme Court and High Court, the judiciary in our country itself, if you see, we wonder, if you are so squeaky clean, if you are so good, goody goodies, protectors of the constitution, give us the details, na? Give us the details. How many judges are there from the general category? How many judges are there from the OBC category? How many are there from the SC category? How many are there from the ST category? Is it true that one of the biggest criticism, these are nothing but extended family trees or extended senior, junior, syndicates. That is, I am a senior lawyer, my junior is Abhijit. So when I become a judge at this thing, Supreme Court or something, I make him judge in High Court. Then Abhijit's juniorism, maybe let us say Nancy, he appoints Nancy next. So always you see one connection you can form like that, one chain tree you can form like that. These are the biggest criticisms. Has the Supreme Court come out very clearly out in the open, or High Court come out clearly in the open telling this is all fake? This is the data. You take it and you prove it that we are all interlinked with each other. They have not come out. They have not come out. In fact, there is one speech given by the MP John Brittas in the Rajya Sabha, which was quoted even by the then Vice President Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, where he really appreciated. That is, Venkaiah Naidu is from BJP. He is appreciating an MP of the opposition alliance for the question that he asked. That is a lack of transparency in the judiciary. There, John Brittas gave a data. A data stream was given by him about the lack of transparency and how families are involved here. Senior, juniors are involved here in the higher levels of judiciary. As usual, our media will never pick up anything that is useful. It was left like that. It was only because the Vice President, the former Vice President of India, in the next subsequent days or something, he appreciated John Brittas for asking such a question, that Even even it came in the media, at least for a short while. Got the point? Then obviously, I have told you always, you're doing Supreme Court, you're doing President, you're doing Parliament, you're doing cross comparison. That means this is no more a matter of discussion. Parliament, Supreme Court, President, even how the executive functions. This you have to compare with UK, USA, France, China, and take it. China, then Russia. Compare it. Put a table. Short notes you prepare. Maybe 2 pages maximum, not more than that. Enough. Hold it. Got the picture here? Now let us go back to the 12th question. Indian Constitution has conferred the amending power on the ordinary legislative institutions with a few procedural hurdles. In view of the statement, examine the procedural and substantive limitations on the amending power of the Parliament to change the Constitution. 15 marks. When you read the question, you will feel, oh my God, she will leave me and go. I am not going to clear this exam. That is the first reaction, at least of some Devdasas. But what is the question here? Indian Constitution has conferred amending power on the ordinary legislative institutions. Ordinary legislative institutions means what? Parliament plus state legislative assembly. That's it. Few procedural hurdles are there. Means amendment is not easy. My dear, nothing. Stop spamming the whole chat section. Right now, what do you think I am doing? Doing Bhangra dance here or what? Other than discussing the question and to frame an answer. Procedural hurdles. Procedural hurdles means the procedure of amendment. Is it easy? There are amendment when you talk about 3 amendments. Totally when you take. But particularly Article 368 when you take, only 2 are there. That is special majority and then special majority with half ratification by state legislatures. Minimum. Got it? So these two are the main things. The other one is simple amendment. Examine procedural and substantive limitations on the amending power of the Parliament to change the Constitution. What is the special procedural limitations? Main one, special majority, ratification. There is no question of joint sitting. President has to give the assent. Procedural. Then, substantive limitations is what? Here you will get your basic structure doctrine, Keshavananda Bharati case. Certain core principles are there which you cannot amend. Certain federal principles are there, again, which you cannot amend that easily. Minerva Mills case, etc. All that you can put it in. Ankush, UPSC, until and unless you want to become a faculty of polity and give me a competition, stick to Lakshmikant, stick to the PYQs. Enough. Don't read more books. The more books you read, you will end up becoming a faculty. You will never become a civil servant. I will guarantee you that. All right, most of us, not all of us again, but most of us, at least for myself, I can say that. Another blunder what I committed during my preparation days was kept on reading widely. It was never required for this exam. Never required for this exam. I should have read only the same thing again and again and again and again and again, revised it up to number of times, stuck to the question paper, and I would have cleared. Instead, each time I thought, okay, let me read a little more, then I will clear it. Let me read a little more, then I will clear it. More became too much. And now faculty. So coming back now. Substantive limitations. Examine only. So why amending power is wide? Okay, this is additional information. Additional info. This is not part of the demand of the question. So here, examine procedure and substantive limitations on the amending power of the constitution to change the constitution. So here again, what next you will quote is why this is not so easy. So what, because of that, what are the problems? Say for example, one nation, one election. It is still stuck. Bringing uniform civil code. Again, it won't be easy. Some laws are there which won't be easy at all to implement in the country, pan-India level. Because why? You need the ratification from half the state legislatures. Simple is only for normal laws. Normal laws. That is, if the parliament decides tomorrow to change the name of Kerala, area of the state of Kerala, redraw its boundaries, or maybe destroy the state of Kerala and merge it along with Tamil Nadu. All of this they can do with a simple majority. Kerala likes it, Kerala dislikes it, it matters, it doesn't matter. Simple majority is enough. That is more than 50% of the people votes for it. It is done. Simple amendment procedure, you could call it. Constitutional amendment, when you talk about Article 368, only two things: special majority and special majority with ratification by half of the state legislature. Understand that. Clear? So yeah, this you will quote. This is the expectation. Because one nation, one election is still stuck. Because you need to get the states also into confidence. Uniform civil code also is the same issue. States will not actually agree to it. Got the point here? So until and unless you get the state's confidence also, you cannot do it. So even though we keep telling that we are only quasi-federal, when it comes to amendment, states can still resist the center's plans. Got the point here? Moving on. Yeah, this we saw already. Examine the evolving pattern of center-state financial relations in the context of planned development in India. How far have the recent reforms impacted the fiscal federalism in India? 15 marks. Center-state financial relation in the context of planned development in India. That means during planning commission era, how this was functioning. So what is it? Planned development era, basically we had a finance commission. We also had a planning commission. But the planning commission made plans plus also distributed funds. Both these functions were done by the planning commission. Both these functions. As a result of which finance commission became like what? Became like one dummy body. Simply it is there. It will keep giving. I have some suggestion to say planning commission will be like, "Arey chal hut. Arey chup. We will decide." Why? Prime Minister is a member here. And in any organization where Prime Minister is a member, automatically he will become the head. So even though this was a constitutional body, it did not get any importance. During my preparation days and all, trust me, Finance Commission was a chapter which we used to skip. We are like, array, not important. Nobody cared. Even the recommendations of FC was never important. During plan development, this was the scene. And again, plans, fund distribution, main criticism was stepmotherly attitude. Why stepmotherly attitude? PC will be favorable to states which have same political party in power. As in center. That is, if center is Congress government, state is also Congress, funds will come. Center is Congress. State it is BJP. Forget the funds. This used to be the case. Peak point of this and lot of, that is, planned expenditure, non-planned expenditure divisions were there, which was highly unscientific as proved later. Planning Commission drew in a lot of criticism because for two toilets, just for two toilets, they spent a small amount of rupees 35 lakhs. $35 lakhs for two toilets. 35 lakhs is there means I will clear my loan. Oh yeah, by the way, this is back in 2010-11 or something. That means 35 lakhs back then. Today it is at least 60 lakhs. This is what the Planning Commission was doing. Top-down approach. PC will decide. Center will, based on that, will take. Then it will go to the states. Top-down. Now how has it evolved? Now it is, everything will be decided. Finance Commission will give its recommendations. Based on that, fund transfer. Instead of Planning Commission, you have Niti Aayog, which will only give, which is a think tank. Purpose is to give solutions to problems of governance. No control over funds, over fund transfer. No control. Niti Aayog's only suggestion is, listen, we have a suggestion. States will be like, shh. We will handle. You belong to BJP. We won't listen to BJP. Niti Aayog is like, arey, we are an independent body. Nothing to do with BJP or non-BJP. We'll give you a solution. Listen to us na. We won't listen. That is the issue what Niti Aayog is facing. Because when you won't give, will you give me any funds? No, I will give you ideas. Your idea you only keep. I don't want your idea only. So Niti Aayog is also facing Tandani Nano effect now. Why? Nobody is giving it any respect. Got the point? This is how financial relation has evolved. What is the other evolution? GST. GST is the other evolution now. GST council has come up. There also, who is having more weightage? Anything, any voting that has to come in GST council, 2/3 of the vote weightage is for states. 1/3 is for center. So center, we will feel center is becoming Tandani Nano now. Why? Finance Commission is telling, give more funds. 41% you should give it to the states. Center is like, kya? What kya? I am the constitutional body. You will do what I say. Center is like, oh, okay. Center goes to GST. There also states are telling, hello, we will decide. Center is like, oh. Then I will show you. What is center now doing? Center is reducing centrally sponsored schemes to zero. Want to bring it down completely to zero. What is centrally sponsored schemes? Funding is shared between center and states in a ratio. Any ratio it can be 60-40, 70-30, 80-20, 90-10. If they are very, very lucky, center will fund 100% also. Certain areas. This is the reality. So center is like, everywhere I only have to fund. And on top of it, I am not getting any voice. Forget it. I am not going to do this anymore. That is what center is telling. I will not do this anymore. So states are like, then what? I will give you the fund. Based on Finance Commission recommendation, I will give you the fund. Based on GST Council also, whatever you have to get, I will give it to you. Then you do. Whatever you have to do, development you have to do, you do it in your state. show me how you will improve things. That is, current idea of center-state financial relationship is simple. Center will give the money. State has to show every rupees account, where it went, what you did, etc., etc., etc. And everything is today based on what? Conditional transfers. What do you mean by conditional transfer? Conditional transfer simply means, if you do this, then I will give you. That is, Finance Commission basically told, if by March 2024, all states should set up their own state finance commission. If you don't do that, I will not give you any grant for other than health, except health. Okay. Other grants, whatever are there, for panchayats and municipalities, I am not going to give. Only if you set it up, I will give it to you. Otherwise, I'm not going to give it to you. This is the new criteria now. This is where the relationship is standing now. You do this, then I will give you the money. If you implement this particular scheme, then I will give it. You don't do, I won't give. These conditions are there. If you do it, I will give you the money. I'll release the fund. Got the point here? That means states are being made accountable for every penny. Every penny. Got the point? This is where it is standing. Clear? That you will mention. What are environmental pressure groups? Discuss their role in raising awareness, influencing policies, and advocating for environmental protection in India. Again, if you look at it, these things, yeah. Pressure groups, 1 minute. Pressure group politics is sometimes seen as the informal phase of politics. With regards to the above, assess the structure and functioning of pressure groups in India. Holistically, they have asked this question back in 2013. Next, how do pressure groups influence Indian political process? Do you agree with the view these informal pressure groups have emerged as a powerful than formal pressure groups in recent years? 2017. What are the methods used by the farmers' organizations to influence the policymakers in India, and how effective are these methods? 2019. Pressure groups play a vital role in influencing public policy making in India. Explain how the business association contribute to public policies. That means, and that question had come in 2021. 2021, the specific question was about what? Business pressure groups. Currently, it is environmental pressure groups. So, what does it mean? You need to have names of these pressure groups in your hand. Environmental, agricultural, environmental, agricultural, then these business pressure groups, all these NGOs, CSO, collect all the data. Each field, environment is there. With regard to Gram Sabha, there is an issue, or with regard to village level, some issue is there. Get all the data into your hand. You will be needing it. That is how you will be answering the question. Yes, it is there in the syllabus. It is easily there. But I'm telling you, 4 questions have come on it already. And 20. And see, this is where you understand. From the question paper, you know where it is going to go. In 2021, they had specifically asked about business pressure groups. What does it mean? Now, specific pressure groups will be asked. Before that, that was not the case. Till 2019, it was general. Sorry, 2017, I would say, because 2019, they had specifically asked about farmers' pressure groups. So 2017, like I told you, you write a general answer enough. You are in the service, because completing the paper was impossible, man. But 2019 onwards, specifics is being asked. In other words, by the time you people join the service, or you people decide to give the exam, it will only go notches and notches higher and higher. or the demand will be even more. You will need to know what environmental pressure groups means. You need to know the names. You will need to know their data, the numbers, recent news regarding them. Now, what is the solution? Now, this answer again, they will give rising awareness. General stuff it is. How can they raise awareness? Influence policies, advocate for environmental protection. So, what you will do for each one of this heading, raising awareness. Number one. Then, influencing policies. Number two. Advocating for environmental protection. Number three. For all these three, you should collect data. But how will you collect? Very simple. I have told this multiple times. But again, I will repeat it. Click on news. Here, two dots will be there, 2 or 3. Click on that, it will give you advanced search. There you will give the time. You can select the time. Last 1 year. In the last 1 year, whatever news were there with regard to pressure groups, open it all. Some will be paid premium version. Don't worry about that. But whatever other news are there, open it. Pick out only the data from it. You will get your answer easily. How it will create awareness, how it will influence the policies, and how it will ensure environmental protection. All right. So, last question. Just a minute, people. Why don't we call that as NGO? Megesh Suredi. See, it is not a non-governmental organization because some of them at least can work for profit also. Understand that. They can work for profit. Traders Association now put up a pressure on the government of Karnataka, telling that sorry, we are not going to pay this GST amount. Getting the point here. They are non-governmental. They are also, see, okay, I will put it in a different way. They are also like a non-governmental organization. But you don't call them an NGO because they don't directly deal with what? Public welfare or anything. They are very clear. They have a specific policy to uphold. They have a specific policy. They are not about public welfare or anything. They will have something. The environmental pressure group, yes, for the environment. But there can be pressure groups like the farmers. Only for farmers it is. They don't care. If it is going to affect other sectors, they don't care. Industry bodies, they don't care if the GST for Karnataka government's collection is low. We don't care. We won't pay GST. We will not register with GST. Got the point? Last question. In contemporary development models, decision making and problem solving responsibilities are not located close to the source of information and execution, defeating the objectives of development. Critically evaluate 15 mark. Now, this is what I would call the only jhatka here. But like I've already told you, anybody who has picked up PubAd as their optional, they will have a smile on their face. Mogambo khush hua wala smile. Why? What is the meaning of the question? Contemporary development model. Contemporary. First, you should understand the word meaning. Contemporary. Contemporary means current. Decision making, problem solving responsibilities, not located close to the source of information and execution, defeating the objectives of development. That means center is there, state is there, local bodies are there, panchayat, municipalities. Problems of panchayats and municipalities, how is it being solved? Center to state. Sometimes center also will give directly funds to these panchayats and municipalities thanks to FC recommendations. Center will give grants to panchayat. Center will give grants to municipalities. State also will give grants. State also gives grants to municipalities. But what is the issue here? Issue with panchayat and municipalities are what? Number one, poor own source of revenue. They don't have enough fund. OSR. Why they don't have enough fund? State has not given powers to panchayat and municipalities, making them very dependent on what? All these grants. Number 3, State Election Commission not constituted. Elections are never held on time. State Finance Commission, now very recently, the recent data is all the states have it except Arunachal Pradesh. After Finance Commission threatened, gave an ultimatum, within March 2024 form your SFC, otherwise no more funding for you. That is when they formed it. This is the reality. Read the question again. Decision making, problem solving, responsibilities. Whatever decision is being made for panchayat or municipality, where it is happening, either it is happening at the central level or it is happening at the state level. Correct? Center is giving the grant or state is giving the grant or state is deciding. It is not happening at panchayat or municipality level. If it was actually happening at panchayat and municipality level, Gurgaon will not get flooded with one rain. Bengaluru's traffic problem, let us leave. Let us leave it aside. That nobody can solve. Even God also cannot solve Bengaluru's traffic problem. That is a different story. But at the minimum, elections can happen on time. That is also not happening because that decision also has to happen from the state. State has to appoint SEC. State has to appoint SFC. What is the next part? Close the source of information and execution. So it is not at all located close to the source of information. What is the source of information? Panchayat. If I know there is a problem with the panchayat, okay, I know there is a problem with the panchayat. From panchayat, these problems are there. Solution should also come from panchayat. No, it is coming from the center and the state, or maybe even from the finance commission. Same thing with municipality. If municipalities are having a problem, where is the solution coming from? Center and the states. It is not coming from the source of information or the source where it, or the point where you are supposed to execute it. It is nothing but urban and local rural governance, which we have already covered in our Pinnacle batch in detail. Getting the point here. We have finished taking it. Some of you at least would have been wondering, why is he giving so much of information, so many panchayat example, municipality example? This is the reason. Whatever material I gave there, exactly they had asked a question on it. Got the point here. Here the only agenda here is, okay, this is the topic that they are trying to ask. A bad student will identify it. Getting the point here. Clear, people? So this is all that is there to it. There is definitely an advantage when you take a public administration as an optional as far as GS paper 2 is concerned, because PABAT paper 2, whatever you discuss here in governance, it will become useful for you. Clear? Now, finally, UPSC Foundation goes 1 year, 2026, if you are thinking of joining. See, I would only ask you to join. Let us say financially you have no issues. You want to save on your time. You want to stay disciplined, consistent. This is what I would say. Prahar is available in English. Prahar is also there in Hindi. 2 year 2027, you have Sankalp in English, Sankalp in Hindi, and Pinnacle. This is what I would generally recommend for those people who are actually maybe, working professionals in their college, etc. This is what I would recommend. Aram se you can do your preparation without affecting anything. In a day, maybe 1 or maximum 2 classes will be there. So you can do your preparation maybe in aram se in 2 year time, revise everything properly, do all the PYQs, practice the mains answer writing, everything you can do at this price. You want to stretch it, that you entered first year of college, immediately you're like, I want to do UPSC, I want to do UPSC. Then yes, 3 year 2028, Prarambh. English plus Hindi for college students, it is available at a price of 31,999. 3 year, that is in the first year itself, you want to jump into the fray. This is the solution. Abhijit, if you are planning to take a batch, if you are comfortable with English, go for Titan. Or if you are comfortable with Hindi, go for Sankalp. Depends. I mean, sorry, not Sankalp, Prahar. So that choice is left to you. All right. Now, there is also, we have another program, which is Srijan. Srijan program is there, which will give you specific mains coaching, mains oriented coaching with additional mentorship, etc. etc. It is there. That you can check out. Otherwise, target year 2026, Srijan repeaters batch, prelims plus mains plus interview, GS classes, test series plus mentorship you will get at 9,999. This again, let me tell you, some conditions are there applied on this. Contact the number, the phone number given here in the description. Contact there, they will give it to you. Same thing here, test series plus mentorship, GS classes, 9,999. Repeaters 2.0 batch it is, both of them. So you can check it out. Basically, inquire, call, inquire with other academies, check out the demo videos available in YouTube of every faculty, do all the homework first, then take it up. Only if you're completely satisfied, yes, I want to study under PW OnlyIAS, only then take it up. Nobody is giving any tall claims here. That definitely take up our course and you will clear. No, you also have to sit and study. Goes without saying. I am not setting the question paper, nor is anybody from PW OnlyIAS. You have to do your effort. You have to do answer writing. You have to analyze the syllabus. You have to sit and study every day diligently. Clear? With that, we wind up our session, people. All right. Jai Hind. Let's call it a day. Over on to the next faculty who will be taking international relation.
Okay, class, very good evening to all of you. We are continuing the discussion with the subject of international relations. So, my name is Ankit Sharma and I'm going to be taking the discussion on the subject of international relations. I hope all of us are here and clear and loud. All right. So, we are continuing with the GS paper 2 analysis and we'll take a little bit of a trend analysis. Right now, it's a very simple point. Just to kind of tell you about the trend analysis. For international relations, right? The segment that we are going to cover now is the segment of international relations in general studies paper number 2. and we take a look at the trend analysis of the subject of international relations, and we get this kind of a simple thing. For all these years, there are only 4 questions which come from the subject of international relations, right? 2021, 22, 23, 24, and 25. We see the same consistent pattern. Total number of questions which are asked in the general studies paper number 2 on the subject of international relations are 4. Only 4. Not one more, not one less. It is sticking to the pattern. UPSC is sticking to the pattern of asking only 4 questions from the subject of international relations. Question number 19 and 20 and question number 9 and 10. Okay, so question number 9 and 10 from the section A of the GS paper number 2, and question number 19 and 20 from section B of the GS paper number 2. Question number 9 and 10 are 150 marks, 150 words and 10 marks. Question number 19 and 20 are 250 words into 15 marks, which brings our total score to 50 marks. Right, so this has not only been this year, it has been a consistent pattern with the UPSC that it has asked 4 questions from the subject of international relations and 2 questions from 10 markers and 2 questions from 15 markers, which bring the total to 50 marks. Right, so out of 250 marks in the general studies paper, you have 50 marks dedicated to the subject of international relations. So that trend has been consistent. You see, you are seeing 4 questions in a continuous row. Only in 2021 there was a question from diaspora, but even that was considered a part of international relations. But you have seen a consistent pattern of 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and this is likely to continue. The number of questions which are going to be coming from the subject of international relations in the future are going to remain to a point of 4. Okay, they are not going to change any significantly. So that's what you are looking at. And if I have to translate all of this in the context of marks, you're looking at international relations for about 50 marks every year, right? You're looking at the subject of international relations for 50 marks in the general studies paper number 2, where you have Indian polity, social justice, governance, and IR. You have a total of 250 marks in this paper, and out of these 250, you are looking at 50 for the subject of international relations. That is a consistent pattern. It is likely to continue in the future years. So you're preparing for 50 marks when you write the papers on the subject of international relations. That is a clear fact. Okay, now when we take a look at the current analysis, I'll just do a little very simple understanding for us as to what are the types of things that we are seeing in the question papers this time. Right now, just a very quick word, right? How do we see this paper? When we start looking at this paper, when I saw the paper yesterday, I got a very clear sense of what the UPSC is thinking when it is making questions for the subject of international relations. In the subject of international relations, UPSC is getting only 1 point, and it is very clear. All the questions, all the 4 questions, 4 out of 4 questions are from current developments. There is not one question which precedes 2024. All the events which have happened and which have been reported in the newspaper in the last 15 months are your question papers. There is no question on non-alignment movement. There is no question on India's nuclear doctrine. There is no question on, let's say, India-Japan relations. There is no question on, let's say, India-America relations, as a matter of fact. The questions which have happened, which have come in the paper, are all questions which are found in your newspaper from January 2024 till May 2025. So you see a very radical tendency of the UPSC to ask questions from the current developments. All your 4 questions are questions of current development, which gives you a very sincere objective. If you ask the question, what is the UPSC thinking? What is the UPSC thinking in terms of asking questions from the subject of international relations? One answer to that is current developments. All the questions that we see are asked from the current developments. That's a single answer to the trend analysis. If I ask the qualitative trend analysis, what is the quality of questions and what is the trend that UPSC is setting in these questions? The simple answer is, it is asking questions from current developments. Not necessarily current affairs, but issues which have happened in the recent past, and the static portion associated with that. So for example, of course, there's a question on the Russia-Ukraine issue. in some senses. There's a question on United Nations and the reforms that have to be instilled in United Nations. There's a question on Russia, India, Africa digital participation and digital integration. That's a very recent trend. Okay, that's the first question we take a look at. So let's take a look at question number 9. Just to get the first sense out of here. Take a look at the question that is the first question that we take a look at here. Question number 9. India-Africa digital partnership is achieving mutual respect, co-development and long-term institutional partnership. Elaborate. It's a 10 marker. You have to write this question in 150 words, right? The answer for this question has to be written in 150 words. 150 words. And the question is talking about India-Africa digital partnership. It is not asking about overall India-Africa relations. It is not talking about India-Africa energy relations or diplomatic relations or economic relations or strategic relations or trade relations. No, it is asking a very specific question which you have to write in 150 word on India-Africa digital partnership. So you cannot make this answer about a overall India-Africa relationship. You cannot write a generic answer in this one on India-Africa relations. Now, if you ask a very simple question, how does a UPSC ask a question like this? And you get a very simple answer from this. Just take a look at this. What do you see over here? This is the current update which has inspired this question. IIT Madras, Indian Institute of Technology Madras. Now, please focus upon this point. Technology, right? IIT Madras has opened up its institution in the Zanzibar campus. So, offshore Indian campus of the IIT Madras has been instituted on the date which is given in this article. Take a look at this, 27 June 2025. So clearly the examiner is cognizant of the recent developments, and because of these developments the examiner thinks that India and Africa relations are now becoming a form of a digital participation. This is a news event which has inspired. This is the Hindu, as you can see. And the news event which has inspired this question is right here before you as a headline. You see the point over here. So that's the kind of thing that you need to understand, that if you read the Hindu properly and you get a sense of what is happening in international relations from the newspaper, as I'm pointing out it as a trend. The Indian Institute of Technology Madras Zanzibar campus has launched a new Bachelor of Science program in Chemical Process Engineering in academic year 2025 and 26. They're also starting courses on digital programs, for example information technology, information communication technology and computer sciences, right? Take a look at another editorial which figured in the newspaper again in 2025. This is a proper complete editorial which appeared in the Hindu in May 2025. Take a look at the headline, time for a new India-Africa digital compact. You see, everything that you need to write in this question as an answer can be found in this editorial. Time for a new India-Africa digital compact. Right? Compact means an agreement, a participation, a memorandum of understanding. The new India-Africa Digital Compact, anchored in mutual respect, co-development and long-term institutional partnership, could serve as a scalable framework for advanced digital inclusion. Right? Now, I want you to pay attention to one thing. This is May 26, 2025, the main editorial in the Hindu newspaper. Okay? And the question that you see in August, when you have the main examination, just take a look at the question again. India-Africa digital partnership is achieving mutual respect, co-development and long-term institutional partnership. You can see clearly that even the terms of these questions have been directly borrowed from this editorial. What does it tell you? That the examiner, the paper setter, who has created this question has taken even the language of this editorial and put that inside the question. And if you would have read this editorial, you would have been easily able to understand that the questions which are being asked by the general studies are being asked directly from the newspaper. And please mind you, this is May 2025. This editorial has been dated of May 2025. So this is the trend that you need to get skin deep. You have to get a very clear and a very deep understanding of this point, that if you read your newspapers properly, you are very clearly prepared for the international relations part. As you can see, a direct correlation from where the question is coming out. Yes, you have a doubt, please, Aradhana, you can go on. If you have a doubt, please type it out. I'll read it from here. Okay, so the first thing is basically established. If I ask a question on what grounds do we prepare international relations, simple answer is 15 months current development on all geopolitical affairs. That will give you overarching understanding of what are the possible questions which can come in the subject of international relations. Right now, if you read this question once again, please, I request you to take a look at the question. The question is framed on the point of India-Africa digital partnership. This is the main crux of the question. Please be sure to understand the India-Africa digital partnership. You have the question. You don't have the question on economic partnership. You don't have the question on trade partnership. You don't have the question on energy security or of strategic alliances. You don't have to write all of that. It is only a 150-word answer. You have to focus all your writing on India-Africa digital partnership. You see? That's the point that you need to remember. So you can't make this answer proliferated. You can't write too many things. You can't write all the items that you feel you remember about India, Africa, be it with energy, be it with trade, be it with economics. You can't write that. You have to focus very specifically upon digital partnership, which has to include terminologies around information technology, information communication technology, and computer sciences. That's the point that you need to understand. You have to keep your answer stuck to the demand of the question. And the demand of the question talks about India-Africa digital partnership. That's one point that we need to remember. Now, how can we understand this kind of a question in terms of writing it out? See, very simply, if I have to take a, let's say, introduction, if I have to write an introduction to this question, right? How do I introduce this? Right? If we take a look at the introduction, a very simple and a good introduction would introduce Africa as a continent, first of all, right? But you are not looking at only one particular country in Africa, but you're actually looking at Africa as an entire continent. And more or less every country in Africa is going through the same challenges. You see, and you can write two things in this particular thing. So how am I going to draft an introduction to this answer? Africa is a post-colonial society, right? You know for a fact that Africa was also colonized by different European powers, Spain, France, English. And Africa has also undergone a process of decolonization, like India. And one of the things which brings India and Africa together in ideological senses is a responsibility of decolonization, an experience of post-colonization. Both Africa and India have gone through the scourge of the British and the European invasions of colonization, and we have decolonized. We have gotten rid of these people in Europe, and after that we have been able to brush the dust off our shoulders and get up and try to take us forward. This is what we can write as a decolonization. So one thing that you can write in the introduction when you're discussing Africa is the concept of decolonization, right? And decolonization can become a clear link, a sentimental link between India and Africa. So once you write terms like these, it becomes even more impressive for the examiner. Examiner is much impressed by your usage of such technical terms which are associated with Africa in terms of it being a decolonization part, right? Second thing that you can write is that recently Africa has been given a place in the G20. I'm sure all of you remember this, that in the G20 summit, which was hosted by India, Africa has been made a permanent member of the G20. So it was India actually which inducted African Union. It's like a European Union, okay, into the G20. I'm sure all of you remember that part. And that is again another thing by which you can see India-Africa ties on a political and sentimental nature. So what are the first thing that you write in introduction? Both India and Africa have gone through a process of decolonization, and therefore they share challenges and responsibilities. And there is a natural connection between the two areas. Second, India was a country which was initiating and finalizing the process of giving Africa a part of the G20 grouping. That's a very good point that you can make to impress yourself in the answer writing. With G20, you can add another keyword which is very popular in Indian international relations and the discourse associated with it, which is the idea of a global south. Right? It is impossible to imagine a global south without Africa, is what India said. So, there is a kind of a north-south divide in global politics. The northern powers being represented by the G7, for example, Japan, Canada, USA, Germany, Italy, UK, France. These are the northern powers, right? These are the developed nations. These are the countries which jumped on the process of development pretty early. These are all industrialized society, highly digitized society, technically advanced society. And then there are the G global south, which includes Latin America, Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. And G7 is a grouping of the elites, and G20 is the grouping of the developing or so-called emerging countries, which includes, again, I will repeat, Latin America, Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia, right? And the induction of Africa into the G20 was a very clear position taken by India to say that the global south is incomplete without the representation of Africa. You see, that is one point that you need to remember. So what are you going to write in the introduction? First part, you will write about decolonization. Second part, you will write about induction of Africa into the G20, therefore Africa becoming a relevant part of the global south. And this introduction was initiated by India because, of course, it was when India hosted the G20 that Africa became a part of the G20. Third thing that you can write, which is a very important part pertaining to our question over here, is the enormous digital divide. The digital divide which exists between the global north, for example, the G7, and the global south. And again, you can use the term G20 over here. Right? The digital divide. So all of you, I'm sure, are aware at this stage about the term of digital divide, about access to information communication technology. This is what digital divide means. People have access to these equipments and these hardwares and softwares and infrastructure, and they don't have access to it. So the divide between the haves and the have-nots in the digital space is known as a digital divide. And you have to refer some kind of a mention of the digital divide between the global north and the south. All of these things should become a part of your introduction at this stage. Do you see the point? So you are making a very clear point about India-Africa association in terms of colonization, a decolonization, India's induction of Africa into the G20 and the global south associated with it, and the G7 and G20 divide on digital technologies, which as boss basically understand as digital divide. And towards the end, we can write India is helping Africa bridge this divide. So you very easily come to the demand of the question. From here, you can write your body. So I'll give you a very simple point on how you can write a introduction. What you can do to write an introduction. Please pay attention on this. India is helping Africa bridge this divide. This would be your last point. So what is going to be my first point? First point, I will write about India, Africa, both sharing a sense of decolonization, right? Then second thing that I will write is the sense of what you can call induction of Africa in G20 by India. Okay. Third, we will write about digital divide between G7 and G20. And then fourth point that you can write in introduction is India is helping Africa bridge this divide. It becomes a perfect introduction with all the components of making it a point of some kind of a specification, right? I know that you can't write this big an introduction, but my job is to give you a enrichment. So you can write 2 points or 3 points or 1 point, whatever you feel, depending upon how you want to manage the space. But these are 4 points which you can write, all of them 2 points, 3 points, but this will serve as a good introduction, and this will bring us right exact in the answering of the demand of the body. right? We can then simply answer the question with regard to the demand of the point. Clear? Okay. Now, let us take a look at some of the initiatives. So, ek baar humne, what have we done? We've introduced the answer, and now we will move to how is India helping Africa develop digitally. Now, of course, India-Africa digital participation, what does it mean? It means that India is helping Africa getting digitized. And of course, India is better in terms of technology and computers and information technology than Africa. So India-Africa digital participation necessarily would mean that India is helping Africa becoming better. And that's what basically comes to the body of the question, right? So how do we basically take a look at what is India doing in terms of helping Africa? Now you can divide this kind of a part in 4 points, right? First of all, there is a term here. This is like a grand policy which African Union has made, which is African Union Digital Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2030. That African Union has committed that it wants to develop itself as a digitally transformed society, and therefore it has created a strategy in which it is going to seek foreign help. You see, now these countries are not able to do it themselves. Obviously, they will seek foreign help, right, in terms of creating their digital infrastructure. So in this, India wants to play an important role. India wants to become one of those countries, and there are other countries also, European Union, China, USA, but India also wants to become one of those countries which wants to participate in the digitization of Africa under the strategy which Africa has created over here, right? One of the things which is at the center of India-Africa digital participation is the government of India's Pan-Africa e-network, which was initiated in 2009. So this is like a what you can call SWAN, which we have in the chapter of e-governance. You see, so you may have heard about e-governance. E-governance may you have a state-wide area network, which is basically laying out the wireless and wired connectivity of internet. So we are participating in creating a wireless and wired connectivity of internet in Africa through this program, which is Government of India program, Pan-Africa E-Network 2009. This is just a name that you need to remember to answer a question like this. Then I have already mentioned that one of the recent things that we have done is we have instituted a unit of the IIT Madras in Zanzibar. This is one of the great points that we need to write in this kind of an answer to give that particular detail. What is Indian Institute of Technology being set up in Zanzibar? Zanzibar, as you know, is in Africa. So that's one of the very important initiations, and India is funding this entire thing. Just like India got IITs from Germany and USA to contribute, these countries contributed in the development of India in terms of IITs. India is playing the same role in developing these technological institutions in Africa, which will improve the digital and technical literacy among the Africans. It's a great improvement upon what Africa can become as a technically advanced, union. Now, last part that you can write about is India is participating with Africa in creating digital public infrastructure systems. These are what are known as the DPIs, digital public infrastructures. What are the examples of digital public infrastructure, or what is India doing in creating these digital public infrastructures? India is trying to develop a unique identification for African nations on the lines of Aadhaar. So of course, Aadhaar is one of the greatest achievements of India in e-governance, and India is giving intelligent support to Africa to develop their own unique identification on the lines of Aadhaar. This is one project which is underway. Second, India is participating with Africa in developing a payment system mechanisms using the same technology and the same idea of a UPI. Third, of course, we have seen that India was very successful in developing an app to create systems of vaccination. You would remember COVID, right? And Africa is one country in which you have a lot of epidemics and pandemics. There are a lot of problems with regard to pandemics and epidemics in Africa and vaccination. So it is not enough that Bill Gates goes and gives Africa a lot of vaccination. For the government of African nations to distribute these vaccination in a proper logistical manner, they need some tech support. And COVID has been an extraordinary instrument in India during the COVID-19. So Indian government is also supplying Africa with technology and infrastructure to develop examples like COVID in their vaccination setups. And lastly, India is also providing portals like Diksha to Africa. This is what basically you can call ICT in education. You would know the Diksha portal was very important for us during the COVID-19 while we had to conduct classes online for students of schools and colleges. And therefore, education which is using information communication technology has become an increasing trend. The evidence being the online class that we are having right now. So India is involved in 4 projects which are creating a similar linkage in Africa. Aadhaar based unique identification, UPI based payment platform, COVID based vaccination portals, and Diksha based ICT in education portals. These are 4 initiations that the government of India has taken already in terms of different countries of Africa, right? So you have a data set on the answer writing. First of all, you have the strategy of African Union digital transformation strategy, then Pan Africa e-network, which is setting up internet bases in Africa and internet highways in Africa, internet wiring in Africa and wirelesses in Africa, data centers, hardware, software, and digital public infrastructure, Aadhaar, UPI, Diksha, and COVID, and IIT Madras of Zanzibar. If you write these 4 answers in your body, that is going to be sufficient for you to write this kind of an answer. You see? So this is the question that we are covering first, and I'll give you a very clear sense of the question. The question has its origin in current updates, time for a new India-Africa digital compact, and all this information and much more you can find in this newspaper article, which was published by the Hindu on the 26th of May 2025. And have no doubt, even when the UPSC was making this paper, it possibly had the paper of Hindu editorial in front of it when it was making the paper, reinforcing the view that Hindu is a very perennial source for these kind of questions. And moreover, current update is going to be a very relevant part when you're trying to answer these questions. I hope you make the point here clearly. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we come to the next question. Yes. So I'll take a look at Avik's comment. Aradhana, I'm still waiting for your question. If you have a question, you can type it out here. If you have a doubt. Okay, Avik says, how should I make note on current affairs daily or follow monthly basis? I think it's a good idea to do it on a monthly or a weekly basis, because daily is going to be slightly difficult. It feels like a very clear bombardment of ideas. Every day, if you sit with the newspaper, you feel very overwhelmed. So the good idea would be to understand the static portion first, get the conceptual ideas, well done. For example, in India, international relations, get the basic idea of IR properly. India, China, India, Russia, India, USA, geopolitics, international trade, the geostrategic problems. So once you get the content on basic parts clear, that why are Russia, Ukraine fighting? What is the problem between Israel and Palestine? Once you get that part clear, then you can develop a kind of a ability to read the newspaper better. So first, your priority should be to get the basics clear. Second, when you're getting the basics clear, even if you read the newspaper weekly or monthly, is going to be sufficient. You don't have to read the newspaper every day. I think that's going to be very overwhelming. But you can select certain articles from the newspaper and then compile it in one folder digitally or manually. And then you can spend 1 day in the entire week only dedicated to the newspaper. You can also do it fortnightly, 15 days a month, or you can do it monthly. I would suggest a 15-day period is optimum between a week and a month. That's what basically I think is a good idea, cognitively speaking, in terms of organizing your information. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's take a look at the next question. Now, again, this is, you can see from our Srijan, the program that we have after the prelims examination dedicated to the mains examination. We had the same question, which was taken out by the PW OnlyIAS team. India-Africa digital partnership is achieving mutual respect over development. These are questions which have been taken. We have also been able to identify the relevance of this question in our question number 4 of the SD25254 S series in Srijan. So that's what basically our strike rate has been on this particular question. Okay, let's take a look at question number 10. As I was telling, question number 9 and question number 10 are given to the subject of international relations. So take a look at question number 10. Now, again, I will repeat. Question number 10 is also coming from the heart of current developments. It's incredible. It's incredible that January 2024 till May 2025, if you cover your current developments, you can get 50 marks, or at least 30 out of 50 marks you can get from the GS papers, which is in international relations. It's a very clear sign from the UPSC, and UPSC has reinforced this trend again and again. Now take a look at this question and just see how much you have seen this question yourself. Okay. With the waning of globalization, post-Cold War world is becoming a site of sovereign nationalism. Right? Just take a look at this question. We'll mark certain identifiers to this question. First, we say waning of globalization. right? And second, we take a look at the concept of sovereign nationalism. And now some of you would think actually कि ये तो political science के related question है. This is a kind of a PSIR question, but you have to be ready for these questions. I understand this is a theoretically abstract question, but UPSC has asked questions like these in the past also. So you can't blame the examiner. You have to be prepared to answer questions like these. Take a look at this. When we talk about, let's say, the point of waning, what do I mean by wane? I mean decline of something. So what is declining? Globalization. So what the question is saying is कि globalization is in a decline and nationalism is in a incline. Now these are two concepts which are in the question. How do you read the question? That's a very important part. So in questions ke saath, the biggest challenge is to interpret it properly. Decode the question properly so that you have a clear idea as to what you can write about it. So in this case, if you take a look at it, you have, with the waning of globalization, post Cold War world is becoming a site of sovereign nationalism. On one hand, you have globalization. Globalization by definition means that all countries in the world are coming together in some kind of a mutual cooperation, in some kind of a understanding to follow certain rules and procedures for mutual interest. Where you have a cooperation is globalization. Where you have my interests before your interests. Where I am more important for myself than yourself. I will take care of my thing. I don't care about what happens to you. That is nationalism. Because in a nationalism sense, a nation thinks about itself first. For example, you have America First policy in America. Make America great again. So Trump very clearly says, America is my only interest. I don't care about Europe. I don't care about Africa. I don't care about India. I don't care about South Asia. I care first and foremost about America. America should have its economy stable. America should have its security complete. And America should have its geopolitical power without any questions. What happens to the rest of the world, they should take care of themselves. So from the position that Donald Trump has taken in the recent times, you can see the rise of nationalism and the decline of globalization. And this is visible in so many features. But you see, this point is very clear that you are already feeling the pulse of this kind of activity going on, especially since January 2025, when Trump has taken the presidency of USA, right? So you are not very unaware of this kind of a trend, because you have seen America becoming the country which has said, I will not take care of any other country. I will not provide Europe security through NATO. I will not provide India the ability to sell to America because we want to create a long-term sustainable partnership. I will not provide China free access to the American market because America and China have some kind of an economic cooperation. All I care about, Americans should be rich, Americans should be safe, and Americans' money should not be spent upon the rest of the world. So Trump has, of course, withdrawn out of the World Health Organization. Previously, Trump had withdrawn out of the COP26, right? Previously, when Trump was in power, he had also withdrawn out of the United Nations Human Rights Commission and saying, I don't care about human rights, I don't care about Ghana, I don't care about Africa or anywhere else, I care about America, America first. That's the policy, right? You can see it is America which is at the forefront of this kind of a debate, where instead of being an agent of globalization, instead of caring about other areas and trying to create agreements among countries, like the World Trade Organization, which was primarily led by America, became the central body which created a global agreement of tariff and trade, so that countries can engage in free trade, so that countries can come together and develop economic relations with each other. But it is America now which is using the instrument of economic sanctions to dismantle the concept of free trade. It is using the instrument of tariffs to dismantle the concept of free trade. So the central point of this answer for you is going to be the position which has been taken recently by the USA, which was an agent of globalization, but now has become motivated by not the what you can call priorities of the world, but priorities of its own nation. And this is what basically we call the rise in sovereign nationalism. So this is exactly what the examiner feels and knows, and that is what he has turned as a question. And I agree, it is a theoretically abstract question, but don't tell me you are unaware of this question. You can see it everywhere in whatever America has been doing since January 2025. And this also makes you very clear about one point, that USA has been involved in this in January 2025 since Trump took over, and UPSC has been watching that very clearly. So you have another question which has come from the newspapers on the events which are happening since January 2025. Do you see? So again, you take a look at this question, please, once. Just read the question properly. With the, with the commentary that I have just given to you, just take a look at the question. With the waning of globalization, by waning I mean decline, right? Wax and wane, you understand? Decline of globalization, post-Cold War world is becoming a site of sovereign nationalism. Elucidate. You see, the term that is written over here is elucidate. Elucidate ka kya matlab hota hai? In English, elucidate means make something lucid. Lucid means light it up, enlighten the statement which is given over here. So throw some light upon the particular comment which has been given to you. Now, how you can write an answer to this question? See, that's the point. I want you to get a very clear sense of how you need to interpret a question like that. Okay. Now, what do you see over here? How do you write an introduction? Very simply, if I have to make a little bit of a feature on the introduction on this part, what can I say? Right? First, you can say that with the collapse of USSR, in 1991, USA became the agent of globalization. What does globalization stand for? Free trade and, to some extent, a common currency. These are two what you can call indicators of globalization. The US dollar became the common currency of exchange, and free trade was taken up by organizations like World Trade Organization, right? So this is what basically we can say is the first part of the answer. Post Cold War world, which is talking about the concept of globalization. This is the first point that you need to remember in writing an introduction. Now, of course, you can't write an introduction this big, but I am still giving you all the points that you can write. And then you can choose from these points to suit your space that you have to write it upon. Jitana jaga, whatever time and space you have, you can take whatever points you remember. But I'm just trying to indicate to you what is the question and how you can use the content which is given over here in relevance of your question. So, post-Cold War world means 1991. USSR collapsed, communism ended, capitalism won, and America started creating global supply chains. America started creating frameworks of free trade through the WTO, and America started keeping the US dollar as a permanent currency of foreign exchange. So America was the country which created the basis of globalization. It is that America now which is switching away from globalization and not thinking about Europe or India or China or Russia, but only thinking about itself. This is the change that we are experiencing, and this is exactly the question that you have been asked in the GS paper number 2 in question number 10. Second thing that you can write is the behavior of USA since 2025. In fact, you can say 2022 onwards, and also in 2025. You can see this is the behavior of USA, which is in a way leading to America first policy. And withdrawing from global institutions of cooperation. For example, WHO, COP26. These are two examples in which America does not want to take care of the globalization structures. You can also write to some extent America is having trouble with the NATO recently. You can also give a little bit of a mention of NATO. Though America is still a part of NATO, but America has had trouble with NATO recently. All of us are aware America, especially Donald Trump, has given some kind of a problem with regard to NATO. So you see an attitude of America which is of a reversal of globalization and taking care of American interest. This is what you can associate with nationalism. You see the point? Now, when we want to write the body of this, I hope you can take a look at this. Okay, please, just once more. I'm just trying to make sure that you get all these points somewhere in your head or your notebooks. Okay, then if you want to write a body to this answer, how do you determine the body? You can, for example, write features of this phenomenon. But the features of declining globalization and increasing nationalism. What are the features? First of all, you can write economic sanctions. This is a very important point, and I'm sure some of us who have done classes together, you very clearly remember how economic sanctions have been used as an instrument by USA specifically. Let's say against countries like Iran and Russia. And USA is also pushing economic sanctions against countries like India, what is known as secondary sanctions, to meet its political objective. You see? So you see, economic sanctions is one very important input that you have to give in this kind of an answer, that it is being used by America as a political tool, as a strategic tool to corner Russia. And it is causing a huge amount of disturbance in the global geopolitical, global economic order. So India is unable to buy oil from Russia because of Europe, because of America, and India is unable to buy oil from Iran, and Europe is unable to buy oil from Russia. It is clearly anti-globalization. Globalization means cooperation among nations. Anti-globalization or decline of globalization means the lack of cooperation, and therefore this is being done for American and European interests. So that's one point that you can write is a feature of this activity. Second point that you can write, of course, is the organization of BRICS and ending of the US dollar. So you have already, understood this part, that BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and especially Brazil, India, Russia, and China, they have agreed to create an alternate to the US currency, which means that you are now looking at regionalism, you're looking at multipolarity, you're looking at an alternative economic system which can work alongside the American economic system. Previously, American economic system used to be the central one, and it helped a lot in global cooperation. But since America is abusing its economic system, alternate economic systems are being created, and one of those alternate economic systems will be created out of BRICS. And one of the examples of that alternate economic systems is to place the Chinese currency as an international medium of exchange to create an alternate to the control of global economy by the US dollars. Russia and China are very agreeable about this, and India possibly can be pushed into this also, right? The third thing that you can take about, for example, end of globalization, is a restructure of security alliances, right? And in this case, you can get a very clear sense of NATO, that the trouble that NATO has in the previous times and USA's disinterest in participating in NATO essentially leaves Europe alone to create its own military security objectives. So what has been the case so far? Germany, France, Italy, Spain, these good European powers, especially Germany and France and UK, they have not spent on their military hardware or their nuclear technologies, because they have always received the cover of America under the NATO. But since Trump has come recently and Trump has said, I don't care about Europe or Ukraine or Italy or France, they're too far away from where I am. I have an ocean between myself and Europe. I am not responsible for your security. I will withdraw from NATO. So these countries have been tickled into creating their own defense establishments, which is, again, instead of NATO being one kind of a organization, a regional organization looking after each other, every country in Europe, Germany, France, UK, they're looking for their own militarization, their own nationalism. So that is why you see in a lot of European countries a nationalistic politics is coming. Italy sees nationalistic politics today. Germany sees nationalistic politics today. You see? So these countries are not looking at Europe or NATO. They're looking at Germany themselves. Germany for Germans, France for French. Earlier, the UK had already exited out of the European Union. That was Brexit. So European countries also losing this regional architecture of NATO and European Union and becoming concerned only for their own nation. This is the next point of development in a kind of rising nationalism and the end of global cooperation. Do you see the point? That's what we can realize in this particular sense. So you can write these features in the body part. And finally, you can write something related to India, that how is India navigating through this geopolitical, how India chooses to navigate through this geopolitical crisis. And of course, it is a crisis. How does India choose to navigate? Right? One of the things that India is doing is relying upon bilateral, association. So in bilateral association, you of course see FTAs. India has already signed FTAs with UAE. India has recently signed an FTA with UK. India has an FTA coming up with the European Union. India has signed an FTA with Australia. So India is relying not upon multilateral forums like the G7 or the G20 or the SCO or the United Nations, but India is creating bilateral relations with countries. That is how India is navigating through this time of geopolitical and globalization decline. FTAs is a very good example in this part, right? Second thing that you can write as how to India is developing its position. India is diversifying. That is the very important part that we need to do in terms of creating our situations. How are we diversifying? In two important areas we are diversifying. One is weapons, or let's say defense imports, and second is energy security, right? Earlier we used to be dependent upon only Russia for buying our defense equipments, but today we are moving away from Russia and we are also targeting other countries from which we can buy, primarily France and UK. France of course has sold us the Rafale. We have seen the use of Rafale in the Operation Sindoor. We have also seen the use of Russian Sukhoi. We've also seen the use of Harop drones which have been used by India, which are taken from Israel. We have seen the use of howitzers which have been given to us by the USA. We're currently in the process of possibly purchasing the F-35 from USA. So we're diversifying our defense imports. We don't want to be dependent upon one country alone. We want to create bilateral defense deals with different countries, because if even one country stops giving it to us because of no cooperation at the global level, we can switch to the next one or to the next one or to the next one. So we're not dependent only upon Russia. Suppose if Russia does not want to care for India tomorrow, and Russia wants to secure its own interests by aligning with China, and it stops selling India as Sukhois. We have a France from which we can buy a Rafale. We have a USA from which we can buy an F-35. That is our response to this problem of end of global cooperation, which is an example of diversification. You see? And of course, energy diversification, you know that recently Russia has become India's largest oil partner. We will discuss more about this in the next part. You see? So this is how you basically write an answer like this. First, you give a sense of introduction, right? We have seen the introduction here. With the collapse of USSR, because you have to mention something about the post-Cold War world, you have associations over here which are associated with globalization and free trade. And then you have the second point, which is USA is the key agent of this deglobalization and rising nationalism. And you can give examples of American exit from WHO, from COP26, from NATO, and American sanctions and tariffs. These all can become examples in the introduction. Second thing that you write is what are the features of such a movement, such a phenomenon. What is the name of the phenomenon? Waning globalization, rising nationalism. How does it look like? What are the symptoms of such? You can say economic sanctions used by USA. The problem that the US currency is facing, alternates to US currency are being brought about by BRICS, and the security alliances like NATO are feeling the pressure of in this cooperation, and therefore countries like Germany and UK and France, they are looking at remilitarization to secure Germany and France and UK for themselves, not for Europe or for a global regional power called NATO. Remilitarization of Germany is a big problem because Germany was the country which had caused a lot of military disaster in the Second World War. And since the end of the Second World War, possibly for the first time in 2025, you're looking at the rearming of Germans. You see, that's an important development of nationalism, because one country which has caused most amount of trouble out of nationalism in the 20th century was of course the country of Germany. You see, and finally you can write India's position upon this matter. In how is India navigating through this geopolitical crisis? By creating bilateral FTAs and by diversifying. These are 2 points that you can write in terms of looking at how we can conclude this particular answer. This is how you can write a 150-word answer with almost all content laden out into it. Class, are we getting somewhere? I hope you get a sense of how to write these answers in a model sense. And these are not difficult questions, very predictable questions, and no one is surprised that these questions are asked. Okay. All right. If you take a look at question number 19. Now, as I mentioned, there are 4 questions from the subject of international relations. Question number 9 and 10 and question number 19 and 20. So we're looking at question number 19. Okay. Now, if you take a look at question number 19, pehli baat to, if you just get a sense of this is a question which is a 15 marker and this has to be written in 250 words. It is a 15 mark question and it has to be written in 250 words. Okay, so it's a little lengthy in terms of writing it out. This question is again very predictable because of the constant news that we are hearing about tariffs upon India for buying Russian oil. You are constantly for the last 2-3 months listening to something like this, that America is proposing to put tariffs upon India for buying Russian oils. Currently, the rate of tariffs is at 50%. And our import of Russian oil, or any oil for that matter, is a subject which is linked to energy security. You see, so again, very, very popular and relevant theme in the newspaper and in the global political discourse in the last 6 months has become a part of your questions. Third question in a row that you see is from the recent times. Please keep this trend in mind. You will be very sure to see a repeat of this kind of a trend in the coming examinations also. Okay, you have to read the pulse of how the UPSC thinks. Third question I'm telling you, which is from the political issues or geopolitical issues which are happening in the last 6 months. America is not happy about India's oil purchases from Russia, and therefore America is putting a tariff upon India, and therefore this question becomes about energy security. Now, what does the question say? Basically, if you take a look at the question, what does the question say? Energy security constitutes the dominant kingpin of Indian foreign policy. And let's read this question in some reference. Okay, take a look at this. If you say energy security constitutes the dominant kingpin of India's foreign policy. Okay, you don't read the rest of the question. You read only this part first. And there's a lot of focus that you need to give to reading how to read the question. So don't read the entire question. Read only this part of the question. Okay, then you get a sense of what the question is about. Energy security constitutes the dominant kingpin of India's foreign policy. But India's foreign policy is hugely determined by our energy needs. Now, you know for a fact, of course, that India is a country which is heavily dependent upon imports of oil. What do we mean by energy anyway? We mean oil, right? We have a lot of consumption of oil. We are a huge population. We are a rising economy. We are a huge middle class. The first thing that every person does when he enters into the middle class is to buy an automobile, a 2-wheeler or a 4-wheeler. An automobile takes oil. So we have a lot of demand of oil, but we don't have resources of oil. And therefore we are a large importer of oil. And our needs of oil constitute the concept of energy security. Okay, that is one thing that you understand very clearly. Now, since we need to buy our oil from outside, and outside means foreign countries, we do determine our foreign policy on the line of these needs. Hamari jo videsh niti hoti hai, whatever we do in terms of our foreign policy, when our foreign minister or our prime minister is looking at a foreign policy question, he is very, very heavily thinking about India's energy needs. So, for example, you can't deteriorate your relations with Saudi Arabia or with Iraq or with UAE because you are dependent upon their oil. At the same time, UAE, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia cannot deteriorate their relations with India because we are a market to their oil. So this is how energy security becomes a link between two countries' behavior. We may not agree with Saudi Arabia or Gulf countries. You see, recently an Indian citizen is put upon death sentence in a Gulf country. But India cannot go too much against Gulf countries, diplomatically speaking, because we have a lot of oil purchased from them. And vice versa, Gulf countries cannot go too much against India, even if there are differences, because they are selling their oil to us. So this is how energy security creates a link between India and Middle East. Now, again, I will come back to this point, but you read this question properly. Energy security constitutes a dominant kingpin of India's foreign policy. This is the point that I want you to get a sense of. Now, how do you write? Just on the basis of this, let's say, if I want to write an introduction. If I want to write an introduction to this part, what do I say when I'm writing introduction here? Take a look at this. First thing that I can write is a little bit about India's energy needs. Right? You can write about the consumption of oil in India. Okay. Then you can say, second point, India is an importer of oil. We are not having oil resources, so we import of oil. We depend upon oil in terms of its import from outside world. Third, you can write energy security is relevant for India's national and global ambitions. Right? Of course, we have to become a country of great economic strength, and we can't do that without oil. And fourth, you can give a passing reference of India's diversification towards clean energy. Right? Renewable resources like coal, like solar, like wind, like biomass, like nuclear. These are 4 points that you can write and just kind of a given as an introduction. Okay. Then when you start the, let's say, the body part, then what do you write in this particular part? Okay. Let's say, give a first very clear reference to India's oil imports. मतलब India oil import अपने कहाँ से करता है. And you can give a little bit of a data. For example, you know for a fact that India is buying most amount of its oil from Russia. Around 30% of its imports of oil are coming from Russia. Other areas where India is buying oil from are the Gulf countries. You see, what are the basic ideas of the Gulf countries? So, for example, you have Iraq as a major supplier of oil to India. You have UAE as a major supplier of oil to India. You have Qatar as a major supplier of oil to India. So these are the, what you can call countries from which India is importing oil. And in this, Middle East used to be the most important country, but recently we have seen that India has started purchasing discounted oil from Russia. Right? Because of the Russia-Ukraine war, Europe has put sanctions upon Russia, and Russia has started its, selling its oil to India at a discounted price. So now, recently, since 2022, Russia has become the largest source of oil for India. And previous to that, it was the Gulf countries. But now it is Russia. So that's one feature that you will write with regard to what are the countries from which we are importing the most amount of oil. Right? Second that you can write is, in this particular case, that what are the challenges we are facing in our internal security. Right? Now here you can write, of course, the biggest challenge that we are facing is that USA has put sanctions upon Russia and not only Russia but also Iran. And USA is also threatening India with tariff barriers and sanctions if India does not put sanctions upon Russia and Iran. Now, mind you, India is not buying oil from Iran currently precisely because of the American sanctions. So, Iran is a huge reservoir of oil, and India was a huge buyer of Iranian oil before 2017 because Iran can provide us the cheapest oil in logistical terms. Chabahar port and Mumbai are very close to each other. When we have to buy oil from Saudi Arabia or UAE or Russia, it is a huge distance we have to cover. But with Iran, we are very closely located. So Iran is our closest oil supplier. But Iranian oil we cannot buy because of the American sanctions which have been put about it. And now America wants to put a sanction, America wants to push India into not buying the Russian oil. Now America trying to tell us not to buy oil from our two largest supplier naturally creates a lot of energy insecurity for us. Naturally, it puts the oil prices sky high, and India should not come under the pressure of America with regard to its oil purchases. That is a challenge that we face today. And you can see the government of India taking a clear position against this American bullying, with the statements of the Prime Minister and the statement of the Foreign Minister coming in the press now every day. India will take a sovereign decision to buy oil from wherever it can, and it is not going to be bullied into by America into not purchasing oil, because of course this is a matter of India's energy security. So this is the second point that you write. So you give two data over here. First data that you give is what is India's total oil imports. Second data that you give is what are the challenges that India faces today in terms of its oil and energy security, and you write a little bit of a point around this. And third, you can give, for example, what is the way forward? How can India create a sustainable energy for its foreign countries, right? Now, way forward, you can write, let's say, increasing dependence upon Russia, and not only on Russia but also on Central Asia. So Russia, say we are now starting to buy oil, and another area from which we can possibly start buying oil from is the Central Asian Republic. You can give a reference to a pipeline structure which was in talks recently but has been stalled. This was known as TAPI, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan and India. Now, of course, because of Pakistan, we are not able to work this pipeline. But nonetheless, that tells us that one of the areas from which we can possibly buy oil in the future is the Central Asian Republic, right? And Central Asian Republic is very adjacent to Russia. So we need to create infrastructure projects in terms of developing oil pipelines from Russia and Central Asia to develop our energy security, right? Second, what we need to do is get back in loop with Iran. Iran ke saath we already have a port project which is called the Chabahar ports. Of course, all of you would know. And now it is time not only to not put sanctions upon Russia, but also not start put sanctions upon Iran, so that we can start purchasing oil from another source or supplier. This will give us more number of suppliers. And as students of economics, you understand, the more the supply, the lesser the price. Currently, or at least till recently, we had only one supplier, the Gulf countries. But now we are adding to our list of suppliers, Russia and Iran. And therefore, it has become imperative that we have good relations both with Russia and Iran. And therefore, it has become imperative that we don't follow the geopolitical line given to us by America. So we can't just become an American ally against Russia and Iran, because it is in the interest of our energy security that we need to keep good relations with both Russia and Iran, because oil prices matter for us, matter for our consumers who have a low per capita GDP in comparison to the Americans and the Europeans. So that is why our foreign minister said very clearly, Europe should get out of the mindset of thinking that Europe's problems are world's problems and world's problems are not European problems. So whatever is happening in Ukraine may be tragic, but that should not make Europe and America bully other countries and create energy insecurity in countries like India. And India should be able to buy oil from wherever it wants. It is a part of its sovereign decision making. You can also give some reference to infrastructure projects like INSTC. And you can also give reference to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in which the recent member who has entered this part is Iran. All of this content will become relevant for you to answer a question on the question about energy security. I will give you one more time to look at the question and see if we are going on the right track. Take a look at the entire question now. You see, you have written an introduction and you have written a body part, and you can see how all of these things can become relevant in uh, fact. अमन CAR का फुल फॉर्म होता है सेंट्रल एशियन रिपब्लिक्स, है ना. When we call about CAR का मतलब होता है सेंट्रल एशियन रिपब्लिक्स. In easier terms, what I mean to say is कि there are 5 countries which are called Central Asian, है ना. कौन सी हैं? कजाकिस्तान, ताजिकिस्तान, तुर्कमेनिस्तान, किर्गिस्तान and Uzbekistan. These are what are Central Asian countries. So just as you go from Afghanistan towards north, you will find Central Asia. तो हमारे पास 5 Central Asian countries हैं, कजाकिस्तान, तुर्कमेनिस्तान, ताजिकिस्तान, किर्गिस्तान और उज्बेकिस्तान. ये बहुत हैवी रिच रिसोर्सेज हैं इनके पास, ऑयल और मिनरल्स के, और हम इन रिसोर्सेज को टैप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं अपने ऑयल सप्लाईज को डाइवर्सिफाई करने के लिए, है ना. दैट्स द आंसर. ओके अमन, आई होप आई आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, है ना. एक बार क्वेश्चन पढ़ लीजिए, फिर विल मूव टू द लास्ट क्वेश्चन क्विकली. I hope I'm able to give you important content in what we are looking at. So, introduction: India's energy needs, consumption of oil. India is an importer of oil. Energy security is relevant for India's national and global ambitions, and India's diversification towards clean energy. These are 4 points you can write in introduction, and then the body part you have to write a good amount of structured infrastructure point. India's oil imports: number 1 Russia, number 2 Iraq, number 3 UAE, number 4 Qatar. Then challenges: USA sanctions upon Russia and Iran. Then way forward: USA plus CAR we need to exploit. Iran ke sang we need to get back, and we have invested in certain infrastructure projects like INSTC and Chabahar port, and the role that is being played by multilateral organizations like Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in which Russia is a member, Central Asian countries are a member, and Iran is a member. So SCO has become an important platform for assuring India's energy security, because all these countries of Russia, of Central Asia and Iran are together with India in a multilateral forum known as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. If you write these points, you have the best answer in this category. No one can beat your answer. You will get good marks, the maximum marks possible, if you put out a structure like this, right? I hope you get a sense of this. Okay, now let's move to the last question. Again, a very good question found by the UPSC. Very impressive question, this one. Question number 20. Okay, now question number 20, as you are aware, is talking about United Nations, and specifically it is talking about United Nations Security Council. The organ that the UPSC is asking about is not only United Nations, but it is talking about United Nations Security Council. And I will give you one simple opportunity to read the question, and then let me decode the question for you. Let me interpret the question for you once. Please just read the question once. And read it from the point of view of it being a part of United Nations Security Council, UNSC. It's a very good question, and it is a slightly challenging question, okay? So you need to apply some good amount of brain power to be able to interpret a question like this. Okay, now let us break it down. Let us take a look at this question and break it down into different elements. Okay, first element that you see in this question is reforms at UNSC. ये पहला point है आपका, मतलब I will keep United Nations as UNSC. Okay, second thing that you see in this question is a east-west divide at UNSC, United Nations Security Council. These are the two more important features of this question. If I take this question and I take 2 points on which we can elaborate. Pehla hai, what are the reforms which we need at the United Nations Security Council? And then the question says, the reason why these reforms are not taking place is due to a east-west divide. है ना? So this is a simple interpretation of the question. And if I can just lay it down, there must be reforms at the UNSC. The reason why these reforms are unable to happen is because of a east-west divide at the UNSC. And I will just elaborate this for you. East-west divide का क्या मतलब हुआ? You have USA, you have Russia and China. In United Nations Security Council, which are a part of the East, and you have USA, UK, and France, which are a part of the West. Now you take a look at this point. We are looking at the point of interpreting this question. How do we interpret this question? That's an important part. Now, the question says there must be reforms at the UNSC. So first we need to understand, while writing this question, what are the reforms at the UNSC that are needed? We need to write something about that. And then we need to say that these reforms at the UNSC are not taking place because of the east-west divide at the UNSC. And I'm giving you a special reference. East ka matlab Russia or west ka matlab China. Right? That's what basically we need to give as a decoding. है ना? एक बार आप इस चार्ट को पढ़िए और चार्ट को पढ़ने के बाद just I'll give you just 20 seconds to read this chart. Okay, now if you read this chart, let us take a look at the question once more. Now read the question. In questions like these, the most important thing is to interpret the question. Now you look at the question, question number 20. The reform process in United Nations remains unaccomplished because of the delicate imbalance of the East-West and entanglement of the USA versus Russia-China alliance. Examine and critically evaluate the East-West policy confrontations in this regard. So I hope at least I have been able to interpret the question for you. There must be reforms at the UNSC. Reforms are not taking place due to the East-West divide, which is the Russia-China and USA-UK-France gutbazi, you can call it. Okay. Now let's say, how do we write an introduction to this? Please pay attention. We are doing a very clear elucidation of these points. How do we write an introduction to this point? Please pay attention. First thing we do when we're writing introduction is to point out that United Nations organization has failed in its objectives. We need to start with a bold statement. Even our Prime Minister, when he went to America and he went to a podcast, he said that the United Nations has failed into achieving its objectives. Now, what were the objectives of United Nations? To stop a war, to mediate between conflicting parties. Now, you have so many wars going on in the world right now. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Cambodia, Thailand, India, Pakistan. In our fingertips, we can calculate 5 points at which we are fighting a war. And some of these are very difficult problems. Russia and Ukraine war is a very catastrophic problem. India and Pakistan war has nuclear potential into it because both countries are nuclear powered. You see? But United Nations has routinely failed in achieving its objectives, which is to stop wars and provide peaceful resolutions to political disputes. You see? Second thing that you understand, from specifically India's position, we know that United Nations has failed to control Pakistan and its terror outfits. You see, so that is exactly the logic and objective of United Nations, that it has not been able to solve global conflicts. What are the global conflicts? You can give mention of them. Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, Thailand, Cambodia, Azerbaijan, Armenia. None of these questions were resolved by the United Nations. And India's problem specifically with regard to Pakistan and its terror outfits are not answered by United Nations. United Nations has done nothing to help India. And last, you can write that it is not United Nations, but actually the USA. And you take a look at Trump. Now, in the absence of United Nations, countries like America, they now declare themselves as peacemakers, as mediators. Look at Trump, how he's going around everywhere trying to solve a geopolitical dispute for his own selfish gains. He wants a Nobel Prize. So when United Nations is unable to perform its functions, then individual nations try to come in the middle of international disputes, just like America is trying to come in the middle of India-Pakistan. You see, this is an introduction that you can write. Now, why do I want to write an introduction which is critical? Because we are, of course, seeing the failure of United Nations. And because we are seeing a failure, we need to reform an organization. So before we come to the question of reform, we must know why we need a reform. And why we need a reform is because the organization is failing. And why is the organization failing is going to be your introduction. What you can call write up upon why United Nations is a organization which is failing to achieve its objectives. With these 3 points, I think you can write all this particular thing as a introduction. Okay. Second thing that we write in the body, right? So in body, we write about what are the reforms that are needed. And then we also write about how the East-West divide is unable to allow these reforms. This is what you need to write in the body, right? Okay, so let's focus upon this one. What are the reforms which are needed? Okay, first, of course, UNSC, United Nations Security Council, should be able to use Article 41 and Article 42 of the UN Charter. Now, this I am not able to tell you right now, but United Nations Security Council can put economic sanctions upon a country which is causing international relations disputes or is causing some kind of a problem with regard to international peace and security. Under Article 42 United Nations Charter, United Nations Security Council can actually put United Nations peacekeeping forces against a country which is creating international peace and security problems. For example, why doesn't United Nations put United Nations peacekeeping forces in Pakistan to help the Balochis against the Pakistani army or to eradicate the terrorist camps in Pakistan? Why is United Nations not taking a military action against Pakistan? Is it because United Nations doesn't have a military? It has a military. United Nations peacekeeping forces are there. They can be mobilized by Article 42 of the United Nations Charter. But United Nations has not been able to do anything with regard to this particular issue. And why has it not been able to do anything? Because of the East-West divide. So, you know what happens? United Nations has what you can call permanent 5 members, right? You have a USA, you have a UK, you have a France, and then you have Russia and China. Now, these are what we can call the P5 members of the United Nations. Now, the problem over here is that each of these members, which are the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, have a veto power. Yes or no? They have a veto power. Now, to pass a resolution, so for example, if I want to put a United Nations peacekeeping forces in Pakistan and eradicate the terror camps in Pakistan, I need to put United Nations peacekeeping forces over there. But we can't do that unless the United Nations Security Council passes a resolution. And United Nations Security Council, which is a 15-membered body, has 5 permanent members. And each of these permanent members has a veto. And the problem is that these permanent members never agree upon one thing. Right? In Israel and Palestine conflict, Russia and China, they agree that Israel should be tamed. But America vetoes it. In Pakistan-India conflict, maybe Russia agrees that Pakistan should be tamed, but USA vetoes it. With regard to Russia-Ukraine war, Maybe America, USA, France, and UK, they agree that Russia should be controlled, but Russia and China veto it. So the problem is that any kind of a global conflict which is there, the unanimity of United Nations Security Council is impossible, and therefore United Nations Security Council, which may have powers on paper, is never able to utilize them, because Article 41 and Article 42 of the UN Charter need a resolution to be passed, and these 5 countries will never pass a resolution. No matter what the scale of the geopolitical problem is, it is Israel, Palestine, Cambodia, Thailand, countries will have different opinions. So Cambodia, Thailand, America was very involved in creating a ceasefire, but China was extremely happy about America's interference in South China Sea. You see the point? And at the same time, if America had used the United Nations Security Council to create a mediation between Cambodia and Thailand, China would have automatically vetoed that resolution because of the veto power which has been given to the P5 members of the United Nations Security Council. Now that is what we call a East-West divide, crumbling, impeding the ability of United Nations to perform its functions properly. You see, Gutbaji, this is the what you can call national interest of these countries to not agree with each other at all, is causing and creating United Nations as a dysfunctional organization, and that you can see and write in this part. What is the second reform that is needed in United Nations Security Council? Of course, we know this very well, that the permanent membership of United Nations Security Council should be expanded, right? And India should become a permanent member of the Security Council. But again, for India to become a permanent member of the Security Council, you need all the permanent members of the Security Council to agree with it. Now, USA, UK, France may agree to it, but China does not agree to it. If China and Russia, they start agreeing to it, then USA, UK, France will not agree to it. Now we are getting close to China and Russia right now. And maybe we are able to, let's say, impress upon China and Russia that we should be becoming the permanent member of the Security Council. Maybe China and Russia will agree to it. But now, since we have come into an alliance with China and Russia, now America and France and UK will not agree to us. So this kind of what you can call polarization of United Nations Security Council members into East and West is creating problems, because almost everything that the United Nations Security Council can do, whether to stop a war or to use United Nations peacekeeping forces against a country which is creating terrorism, or to induct a new member at the United Nations Security Council, for example India, it needs a consensus. No country should apply a veto power, and no country should, come in the way of that particular resolution. But whenever we are looking at United Nations, we see a divided Russia-China alliance on one hand and the Western alliance on the other hand. And therefore, countries like India feel stuck in an organization which is unable to perform its basic functions, or elaborate its spoke, or reform itself because of the problem that is happening in the United Nations Security Council. This is the crux of your answer. And you have to write about Article 41, Article 42 of the UN Charter. You have to write about the wars which are going on currently in the world. You have to write about the terrorist attack upon India and the inability of United Nations to do anything of real impact upon this. And you have to see how Russia, China on one hand, and USA, France, and UK on other hand, are now entering into a geopolitical conflict between each other, and that geopolitical conflict is being reflected in the inability of United Nations Security Council to take a decisive action upon any particular problem, therefore failing its objectives entirely. That is the answer to the question that you see above yourself, right? Let's take a look at this. Take a look at the question. Introduction. Oh, sorry. Just take a look at the question first. Once, please take a look at the question. I'll give you 10 seconds to take a look at the question. I'll revise the answer with you so that you have a clear idea as to how you have to write this up. Okay. Okay. Now, this is the interpretation of the question. There must be reforms at the UNSC. Reforms are not taking place due to East-West divide, and therefore East-West divide is causing a problem in the reforms. That's your interpretation of the question. You write an introduction like this. Okay. United Nations has failed in its basic objectives. Example: Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, India, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Thailand, Cambodia. No nothing done by United Nations to make these problems better. You see, nothing. It has done nothing to make all of these issues better. United Nations, when it was inaugurated, all these great ideas were talked about. United Nations, it is going to stop the scourge of war. It will provide mediation, conciliation, reconciliation. Also use economic sanctions and United Nations peacekeeping forces against a warring country. It has not done nothing of that sort. It is a stale organization sitting on a throne like a lame duck. And why is that the case? The case is because of what we can call body part. Maybe we can write reforms. So reforms, though, concerning United Nations Security Council, which has the power to take any kind of a real action, it is unable to do any functions because of the East-West divide. And the second thing that you need to write about is the East-West divide. Now, what is the East-West divide? You understand very clearly. Russia and China are becoming an alliance, and USA, UK, and France are already an alliance. China is buying most of Russian oil today. Russia is not able to sell its oil to Europe, and therefore Russia has to sell all its oil to China and India, but primarily to China. And therefore Russia is now completely dependent upon China for its economic stability. Therefore Russia will never take a position against China in United Nations or anywhere else, because Russia does not survive today economically if it is not for China. India possibly can still slip away from Russia if America gives it a good deal, but China and Russia are now permanent partners. एक गुट ये चाइना रशिया का हो गया, which is the eastern गुट, और एक गुट हो गया यूएसए यूके फ्रांस का, which is the western गुट. And countries like us feel stuck because if we go towards one गुट, the other गुट vetoes us, and if we go to one गुट, the other गुट vetoes us. So that is a problem and frustration we feel as participants of United Nations Security Council or participation of the United Nations General Assembly ideas. Okay, that's how you kind of address this kind of a question. So finally, in my final analysis, how do I comment upon the quality of this question? Again, first quantity, 4 questions, like every year, 50 marks, 4 questions, 10 marks 2, 15 marks 2, same pattern. It is likely to continue. So 50 marks is your share of international relations in the GS paper number 2. Quality wise, I have only one thing to say. Questions are all application based. You have to really apply your mind. You can't just get a simple question and then write like a simple descriptive answer of what is the Gujarat Doctrine or Act East policy. No, questions are very clearly formulated with a lot of intelligence, and you to read the question, break down the question, and use the information that you have in the head about the subject and place it structurally. So that will take conceptual clarity. You can't do it without a conceptual explanation underneath it. Second thing that we understand is that extremely relevant is what we know are the current updates. Current developments you can see in all these 4 questions. In India, Africa, you can see current developments. In energy security question, you can see current developments. In the East-West divide in United Nations, you can see current developments. All these things are within the last 15 months of the question paper. So January 2024 till May 2025, if you read the current developments with conceptual insight, you are very well prepared to answer this year's question. And if you're writing for the next year, it is the same tendency, it is the same trend, it is the same advice. So you know what you have to do to prepare for the next year. Thank you. That is my time. If you have any questions, I'm willing to take them now. Also, just for your information, I think you've already been notified about this previously. But we are conducting a simulator test. So what we are organizing, PW OnlyIAS is organizing a simulator test. So what you can do is you can write these answers of general studies and submit it to our portals, and we will give you an evaluation upon your answer writing live. So you can simulate yourself as to how you would perform in a real like examination. I always feel that if you're giving attempt next year, it's a very good exercise for you to think that you're giving an answer writing today, so that you know what it feels like in an examination hall. And for that, we are providing a simulator test, so that if you feel the need to test yourself as to how you would perform 1 year hence, you have that kind of an experience built into ourselves. So there's a simulator test that we're arriving at this. If you want, you can write your answers and upload them to the portal, and we will have them evaluated by the PW team completely for free. All right? Okay. Any questions for me? What is a veto concept? Okay, Aman, so what veto does is that United Nations Security Council में 15 members होते हैं. There are 15 members in United Nations Security Council. Now, the resolutions which are to be passed by United Nations Security Council, then you need to pass a resolution by United Nations Security Council, UNSC. You have 15 members in UNSC. Okay, 15 members होते हैं UNSC में. 15 में से 10 होते हैं non-permanent members. और 5 होते हैं परमानेंट मेंबर्स। अब 5 मेंबर्स के पास होती है वेटो पावर। जनरली आपको अगर यूनाइटेड नेशंस सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल से कोई रेजोल्यूशन पास कराना है तो आपको 9 वोट चाहिए होते हैं। यू रिक्वायर 9 votes if you need to pass a resolution from United Nations Security Council. 9 votes, okay? But if a country which has a veto power, say for example China has a veto power, अब अगर 15 में से 14 कंट्रीज रेजोल्यूशन को पास करने के लिए वोट देते हैं, लेकिन अगर चाइना उस रेजोल्यूशन को वेटो कर देता है तो ये रेजोल्यूशन टूट जाता है, रेजोल्यूशन इज नॉट पास्ड। तो वेटो का मतलब होता है कि एक इकलौता देश भी पूरे रेजोल्यूशन को तोड़ सकता है अपनी सिंगल वोट के साथ, उस वोट को हम कहते हैं वेटो। इसीलिए अगर एक भी यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल के परमानेंट मेंबर ने किसी एक उसको वेटो कर दिया तो रेजोल्यूशन टूट जाएगा, भले ही बाकी सारे यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल के मेंबर्स उसके फेवर में हो। दैट इज व्हाट वी कॉल अ वेटो पावर। ऑल राइट, ठीक है, दैट्स ऑल फ्रॉम माय साइड। थैंक यू वेरी मच क्लास। आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट and I'll see you around. Thank you.